Good morning and welcome to a day of first when it comes to high school athletics in the state of Indiana. It is time for the inaugural Girls Flag Football Championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. 7 games be played today. Thank you for joining us on Colts.com. My name is Greg Rakestraw, joined by Jan Bozier. Action going simultaneously on 2 fields. The game that we have the pleasure of showing you is Penn and Terre Haute South. Terre Haute South, the Braves in the all-black kits, to use the soccer terminology. Penn in their traditional gold and black. Thank you so much for joining us. This game's about to go live. Jan, quick thoughts before we have our first snap of the game.
Well, I'm excited. I've watched a lot of flag football this week, and listen, it can get very moving in the offense. It's a quick game. You better be on your toes.
7v7, and you'll see a rush to start this game. And the flag eventually gets pulled on first down. Minimal gain, it will be second down, and that is the player we will talk about a lot for Terre Haute South, Zenaria White. Her nickname is Moose, and in the sectional round, Jan, had 11 touchdowns for Terre Haute South.
I like it. Got to get that flag. You cannot use your hands to divert anybody, so you got to be quick to the runner.
Looking to pass here on second down. Throwing the deep ball and knocked away.
Wow.
Macy Little playing free safety, that is Maddie Thompson.
Yep,
that was back to knock that away.
They played that pretty well. She showed us an arm here early, too.
80-yard field is what we are playing in this event, and I was right the first time. Macy Little was the defender that was back there to knock it down. Penn comes in undefeated. Terre Haute South at 9-3, but Jan, Terre Haute South avenged 2 losses in the regular season in the sectional. Time to let the Moose loose. Avoids one tackler, but not the second. Flag is pulled by Olivia Dawson, and now it sets up.
They must have called her out. We'll mark it.
It'll set up first down.
Yep.
Needed to cross that pink stripe, and she did. So first down. Little shovel toss here, and again, contact made. We'll stop the play there after a pretty solid gain. Again, if you can tell the variety of lines here at Grand Park on field number 3, the pink lines are the first down lines. It's also why we're showing you down and not distance.
Right.
So second down. As you'll note, it is a running clock, 24-minute halves. Smith got that away just in time, but incomplete pass. Ashaya Cooper, a freshman, was the intended target on the play. Third down.
Klein had a good look at it. Wasn't able to pick that thing off.
Penn is a team that they have steamrolled a lot of their competition on their way to get here. In fact, beating one of their fellow state finalist competitors and Northern Indiana Conference member New Prairie. We will see New Prairie on this field next when they take on Warren Central. Again, if you're going to win, you got to win 3 games today. Blitz coming. Smith able to avoid the rush. She'll run for a first down the sidelines, and flag is claimed by Macy Little, but again, Daryl Johnston may be losing his nickname because Moose is running wild so far for Terre Haute South.
The Moose was let loose because I tell you, not only can she throw this ball, Greg, but stays in bounds, and it's difficult to run. And she does a great job. Terre Haute South on the move.
That yellow line is the sideline. Center is Trista Powers for Terre Haute South. And again, here comes pressure. Smith will simply get what you can from a running standpoint. Olivia Dawson pulls the flag.
Well, and the reason why they hike it to somebody and then pitch to her because so she can run. That's why it's a complex game a little bit, so you got to know why they do things.
Just shy of the first down marker. It is second down.
Can't get down there to the 5. You can't run in the 5, no run zone.
And here comes pressure. Able to avoid one tackler and a second. If I can make a Daryl Johnston reference, I can make a Fred Bolitnikoff reference too. Dawson may have some stickum. She's pulling every flag right now for Penn. Not much of a gain there. It'll be third down.
Take a look. Boy, there's pressure. Now, they start 7 yards back. You're not allowed to start on the line of scrimmage. Before you can rush, you have to be 7 yards back.
Have to throw it again. It's time. You see the strategy involved here. Because you could not run, you were closer than 5 yards to the first down. You want to get the ball to your best player in terms of a pass. So that time the pass was thrown by Samantha Wright, a sophomore. And now it sets up more or less 1st and goal. The end zone now is the next first down line to gain. Pressure applied. Smith looking for the back of the end zone and overthrows her target in Ashia Cooper. It'll be 2nd down, but already, Jan, this game moves so quickly. 24-minute halves, running clock until we get to a 2-minute warning. Already 5 minutes been taken off the clock here by Terre Haute South.
Yeah, that's why both offensively and defensively, you got to hustle back because you want to use the clock. And if you don't hustle back in the offensive set, you lose time.
Little shovel pass that, again, quickly, Penn is there to make the play.
Gets a little crowded down near the end zone, so your selection of plays gets a little more selective, Greg. Not near as much room, I should say, to run the football down here.
Quick tackle applied.
Man, a lot of people here. This is fun.
Outstanding turnout. Getting ball. Goes to Smith, but tackle made immediately by Penn. And now it's 4th down. And have to get, you see the pylons. Gives you an idea as to how far they are away. So more or less, this is 4th and 15. We'll try to run. It's around one tackler. Flag is pulled, though, before she gets the goal line. So Penn gets the defensive stand. Outstanding drive by Terre Haute South, Jan, but does not net points for the Braves.
Yeah, I think that helps their confidence to take the ball and move it like they did. Was unable to get much out of it, but clearly some efficient offense early.
We'll take a look at the replay before Penn will have the ball for the first time. We'll tell you about their outstanding quarterback in Driscoll. Good work by the defenders for Penn. This drive starts, you would say, in the shadow of their own goalpost, so to speak, here for the Kingsmen. As high school girls flag continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
You know, we're used to some pretty good stats, man. You look down at this pinball club, 41 points a game and hold their opponents to 4. That's pretty impressive stats.
Driscoll catches my attention. 33 touchdowns, 1 interception. Flag is pulled. Ball carrier is Logan Rumble. How about that for a football player name? Anissa Downing gets the flag pulled there for Terre Haute South. And it's 2nd down. Each of these teams won their sectional last weekend. Little reverse here by Penn.
I like it a lot.
And speed to burn on the outside. And either flag was pulled or simply stepping out of bounds was the ball carrier.
Yeah, I'm not sure if flag was pulled. I think she just ran out of real estate.
That was Cammie Bauer, but that is good enough for a first down.
Yeah, and when you can throw a little razzle-dazzle, a run can work, and this time it does. It's got some speed around that edge.
Well, you would think that so much of this game is passing, but frankly, I think there's a bit more of a running element to the game than we would anticipate.
Well, and I think the teams that can figure that out may have the advantage.
By the way, there was an offside flag there, but it was declined. Penn will take the result of the play. Shotgun snap to Driscoll. And Driscoll will tuck it and run. Flag is pulled. Good quick hands that time by Terre Haute South. Alyssa Wilson, able to make the play.
Wilson played that well. Kind of forced her back inside. Kind of an art to know how to get that flag and get it down quickly. And then you show it to officials as soon as you can. You see there, she pushes her back inside. That's what you want to do.
And you notice that arm goes immediately up with flag in possession, indicate, hey, blow the whistle, play is dead.
Because you don't want to waste time. especially early when there's no score.
Driscoll, quick hitter, catch
Whoa,
made. And
hello.
again, this is flags come in. Catch is made, that will be a first down. Catch is made that time by Alexis Werner.
Listen, there's going to be some contact.
Yep.
You can call it no contact all you want. Most of it is not supposed to happen, but if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, that's what you get.
Downing was the player that got tangled up with Warner. Thanks to our officials that make today's game possible. Another offside call against Terre Haute South. And the personal foul for contact called against Terre Haute South as well.
So she got a little penalized for that much contact. You got to kind of get out of the way and pull the flag.
Prashana Smith comes in for this play for Terre Haute South, and this will basically move the ball to first and goal to go here for the Penn Kingsmen.
Yeah, that's a tough penalty.
And Penn has been absolutely dominant so far this year. Jan rattled off defensively what they have done.
All sides, Terre Haute. You can't keep doing that.
Well, Penn is too good to just keep giving them free yards in this scenario.
Greg, they don't need any help getting to the end zone, and especially in a big-time game like this. That's something some things you can't control. I'm not sure you can control that contact. It is what it is. But that you can control. You can see where you can line up.
So first and closer now for the Kingsmen. Toss out in the flat, and again, catch is made by Warner. Good job to grab the flag immediately by Carly Ross of the Terre Haute South Braves. The teams they played against, Terre Haute North, also fielded a girls flag football team this year, but their sectional largely teams from the Evansville area they competed with. Shy of 80 schools competed this year. Catch made, flag pulled. Olivia Dawson on the reception.
You basically have 6 receivers every time, and what you try to do is get crossing routes. You try to get somebody to get a little confused and get yourself open.
Downing pulls the flag. You're just shy of the no-run zone here if you're Penn.
Overloading the left side, Penn.
Pressure applied. Driscoll able to avoid.
Look out.
Driscoll makes a beeline for the pylon and scores. Penn is on the board. Well, it took us halfway through the opening half to see points. And now Penn will attempt the conversion.
Well, Penn overloads the left side, and what they do is send all the receivers to try to get something open. If not, they take half the defense with them, and then guess what? She's got a straight beeline to the end zone.
So Penn scores first. Now they're going for the try. And that will be intercepted. And on the conversion, that's simply no good. End of the play. But the first 6 points of the game go to Penn.
Well, Penn clearly showed how explosive they are.
The Colts football development team helps recognize, educate, and develop the youth and high school football environment throughout all of Indiana. To learn more about football development opportunities and events, visit Colts.com/football development. Jan, what do you think so far?
I think if you're in what you would call the secondary here, there's a whole lot of people to cover. And you got there's a mix, Greg, because if you cover everybody, you got to contain the runner too.
And there are 2 fields going simultaneously. In the other game, Snyder has jumped out to a 13-0 lead against Harrison. 2 more games at 11:30, then we take a break. Semifinals at 4, championship game at 6. You can watch them all right here. Again, trying to get Smith in motion. Able to avoid 3 tacklers, and finally, it was the 5th player to get there. Was able to pull the flag. Again, there is A penalty on the play. Tackle eventually made by Rylan Hackett for Penn.
You can see how, with all her moves and his quick feet that she has, let's see what the penalty is. I think it's going to go against Penn. Well, maybe both sides.
And there's 2 flags on the play. We wait for the official signal. So offsetting penalties, and frankly, we'll replay the down. I think there might have been deemed to have a little guarding of the flag, I think, was the whistle against Terre Haute South.
Yeah, you can't do anything to not allow the defense to have a clear shot at pulling the flag. I'm not sure she needs much help. She's so quick.
Powers at center. And that pass is incomplete. Wright was the intended target. Powers, by the way, a 2-time wrestling state qualifier for Terre Haute South. This is a great opportunity for her to prepare for the wrestling season. Of course, last year that was under the IHSAA auspices for the first time.
Yeah.
That championship January 16th at the Corteva Coliseum. Pass rush ensues. Smith gets rid of it. However, great grab, but receiver was out of bounds. Ashaya Cooper could not bring it in. And it'll be 3rd down.
Cooper made a good shot at it, Greg. Just ran out of real estate. That ball was a little high, but she went up and got it, and that kind of pulled her out of bounds.
I love how excited her teammates were that she had the catch. Even though she was out of bounds, everybody fired up on the Terre Haute South sideline.
Now, Greg, you said how many girls teams last year compared to this team?
I think it was 23, I believe, a year ago. Smith, chased by Driscoll, got rid of it just in
Look
time.
out!
Catch made, big gain, 1st down and more. Let's hope that Cooper is all right.
She may have got stepped on a little bit.
She gets it all the way out to midfield. Big 3rd down conversion for South. And again, Terre Haute South now has moved the ball, Jan, on both drives. Just a matter of got to find the end zone to keep up with Penn.
So the 24 number is what they started last year, and how many do they have this year now?
78.
That's huge growth. Thank you to the Colts, man. That's awesome.
Goal was to get to 100. Throwing the deep ball. And this just off the hands of Ashaya Cooper.
We got a flag, Greg. Be interesting what this flag's about.
You know, obviously some rules are different from the tackle game versus the flag game. This one.
She was.
Yeah, that one translates pretty well. Pass interference, that's the same.
We know that call, don't we? There must have been a little bit of an earlier push as she released to get to the ball. That really helps out the Lady Braves.
So that sets up 1st down. Getting across the midfield stripe.
Man, you got to go. The clock just never stops.
Toss play to Smith. Throws the deep ball, and that is tipped, but caught by Terre Haute South. It will be a 1st down on the deflection. Krishana Smith brings it home.
Yeah, you know, in reaction, you better get ready to pull that flag, or that would have been 6. Kind of a deflection type play. That's a big one for the Braves. Take a look here. Now, what's interesting here, well, you're all going for the ball. If she catches it, you got to be ready to get that flag.
Off the hands of Chloe Klein. 1st down. Toss in the end zone and almost intercepted. Again, that was Klein. Did a great job of reading that play. It's 2nd down. Again, this is about where the drive stalled out for Terre Haute South on their first touch of the game. And again, Jan, frankly, because these teams have mostly played teams in their own area, there is this kind of great sense of unknown as to just how these teams are going to stack up against each other. Smith. Pressure applied. Looking back at the end zone, but overthrows her intended target. That is Cooper.
Well, one thing I've noticed, the receivers got to keep moving a little more for the Braves because Penn is just spot man-to-man, if you will, right on the receiver. If you're going to get open, I think you've got to have a little more movement to allow the quarterback to find some space to get you the ball.
A rapidly moving first half. Again, pressure applied. Penalty thrown. Smith. Flag was pulled right before the goal line.
Well, the only thing he can't call is, say, guarding the flag. I would think if that's the call.
I think because of the grabbing of the shorts, basically the missed flag. I think this is, let's see. See if you want the down or exactly how you want to call this here. They're going to ask Terre Haute South, do you want the penalty? Do you want the result of the play? And I would say to keep the down, I think you would want the result of the penalty.
Yeah, you would keep the play if indeed that's what they're talking to Terre Haute. So that has to be.
Yeah, Lucas Utterback and Cole Berry, the Cole coaches for Terre Haute South.
Whole lot of clock running here.
So holding is the call. Ball spotted 5 yards away from the goal line. And because of the penalty,
first down.
It is a first down.
Yeah, that's big. Boy, you got a great shot here if you're the Lady Braves to get some points.
We are approaching our 2-minute warning. These games absolutely fly by. Toss back to Smith. Again, it has to be a pass from 5 yards out. Jump ball tipped away. Good quick hands that time by Maddie Thompson, a freshman.
Well, she waited and waited, and at least that time there was a lot of movement. Unfortunately for the Lady Braves, they kind of got all stacked up in the same area, which allowed the defense to react.
It's a second down.
I mean, you got to pass what's there, but you kind of wonder if you get something a little earlier, because the longer you wait, the more things seem to get packed up, Greg.
And just Smith now got to try to sprint to the end zone, and flag is grabbed just before she got there.
Another flag down by the official. Offsides.
Well, I think it's formation.
Formation, yeah. Offsides or formation or something, but at the. It's against the Lady Braves.
So back it up 5 yards. And that also leads us to our 2-minute warning. So with that, let's step aside. Terre Haute South trying to punch it in their second drive of the first half. 6-0 is our score. We're back in a moment as you're watching on Colts.com.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
Give me 3. Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as flags involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
So back to action. Greg Rakestraw, Jan Bozier with you. Thanks to our wonderful ISC Sports Network crew that's producing action on both fields. Again, there are 7 games that will take place today. We're in the quarterfinal round of the state tournament. These teams all won sectionals to get here. Smith throws. Jump ball and just couldn't get there in time, could Cooper.
Well, Klein has lived over there playing secondary defense, and there is not much room between the end of the field and the defender. They're trying to throw that outside to see if they can get something. Got to get something here, Greg.
And here comes pressure. Out in the flat. Flag comes out. Flag pulled by Thompson, but hold is going to be the call, so this will reset things for Terre Haute South.
You got to think that type of call, much like any other football game, interpretation on how close and how much they allow to go on.
So they'll reset the down counter to first as well. And there is a chance, Jan, that Penn's going to have about one possession in this half.
Yeah. If anything, they're not on offense, keeping the game close.
Childs in the backfield. Childs on the crossing pattern, and there it is.
There you go.
Terre Haute South finds the end zone.
Yeah, and see, that time there was movement. It's a lot easier to defend somebody when they're standing still. They had all types of movement over to one side, and that kind of left a one-on-one. And take a look here. You can see it this time, a lot of movement, and she gets the pass to a moving target. If you're going to score down there, I think that's kind of what you have to have. Good job.
Samantha Wright with the touchdown grab. So tied at 6, and again now Terre Haute South will go for the conversion here. Penn was 0 for 1 on their first conversion try. Smith fires, caught it. Great job just to continue looking down the field. Chandrea Sanders gets it. That's a 1-point conversion. And so Terre Haute South takes the lead at 7-6.
Well, I'll tell you, it appears the more patient you can be down here, the more apt you are to find somebody open.
Calling all 5 to 14-year-olds. Colts Flag Football League, presented by Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, offers an accessible and developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana, visit colts.com/flag to join a league near you.
How about the Lady Braves having a 1-point lead here, Greg?
And again, we have different timing rules once we get past the 2-minute warning. Again on the jet sweep, if you will. Speed to burn for the Penn Kingsmen. Flag comes out. That is Cammie Bauer that was the ball carrier. So basically, folks, just tuning in, this is the 4th drive of the half.
Yeah.
It has gone that quickly. Terre Haute South drove the length of the field but stalled inside of the 20-yard line.
We've had a ton of penalties, though. Well, that young lady's got some wheels. She gets around the edge. Take a look here. You see a little crisscross. And, man, if you could draw everybody over to one side and provide some speed back the other way.
So first down here for Penn. Time is of the essence with 1:15 left to go here before halftime. Here comes the pass rush. Driscoll trying to avoid. Good pull of the flag.
Man, how good was that?
Well, the rush applied by Des Campbell is one of the defensive stars of this Terre Haute South team. Flag was pulled, though, by Ashia Cooper. We have called Cooper's name going in both directions. You're allowed to have 25 players on your roster. It's the most you get to carry.
Clock starts again.
And Campbell applying pressure. Out in the flat, catch made. Tackle. Flag pulled, but again, flags come in. Anissa Downing. But is there going to be deemed to be too much contact there?
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent about that call. It looks like that's the direction. Let's see what they call. You can't get in their way to make the contact. And that's they've been consistent most of this game of calling that.
It was a first down regardless. But now you'll tack on an additional 15 yards at the end of the play.
But this really helps Penn in field position with 51 seconds left.
Clock rolls. Campbell charges. Driscoll able to avoid. Runs through numerous players and finally has a flag pulled, but it's going to be 1st and goal to go here for the Kingsmen.
You know, Greg, what I find very interesting, the technique of spinning. You know, once you get near a tackler, watch, they'll spin to try to keep the flags unavailable. Now watch your spin here. There it is.
Driscoll, pop pass to the center, touchdown.
Wow, that was quick.
Penn answers quickly. It's 12-7 with a conversion left to go. That's Alexis Warner. And again, that is the unique nature of flag football. You'll hear tackle eligible in the 11-on-11 tackle version. The center is always eligible in this sport. So Penn was 0 for 1 on their conversion try earlier. Ball is picked off. Driscoll snags the flag. Maya Childs with the read. And now Terre Haute South has 20 seconds in which to work.
Well, Penn utilized that drive about as well as being as efficient as you can be. They scored in a hurry.
Well, you talk about that spin move, and again, it's a big part of it, but what you have to do, that natural instinct when you put that spin move is to kind of put a forearm or a hand out, and you can't do that. You got to keep those arms tucked into the body when you make that spin move.
She's got some long strides. Man, she kicks it in. I like that.
And so much of this game has been a learning process for everybody involved because, you know, we talk to coaches before these games and you ask the question, how much football experience does everybody have? And everybody's like, kind of the first time for everybody.
It is.
Again, you had a cluster of schools in South Bend and some of the Indianapolis schools that played last year. That's going to be.
That's not going to work.
Yep.
But you do know this. They want to compete. They want to have fun. And it brings all that to the field. It really does.
Throw out towards the flat. Catch is made. Nope. Out of bounds. Second time that Cooper's come down with him, just been able to.
I think she actually came down on the line to make it out of bounds.
Correct. By the way, in the other game, that game has 29 seconds left before they get to halftime. Snyder has a 20-8 lead over Harrison. Again, throw the jump ball. That's intercepted. And Penn, clock expires as the interception is made. That is Macy Little on the grab, and that is the end of the first half. 1 half down in this one. Penn enjoys a 12-7 lead at the break. See if they're going to put maybe 1 second back on the clock here. Yep. So before we get to halftime, they're going to decide to put 1 second back on the clock. So Penn will have one chance to get this ball to the end zone. Take a look at our first turnover of the day, Jan.
Yeah, that was kind of got up there a little bit high. She was trying to just throw it over the top of the defense and didn't have quite enough on it.
Need to get this about 35 yards to get this into the end zone if you're going to try to do it from an aerial version.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big play for Terre Haute South. They don't want a score with no time on the clock. That would make it a little more tough.
And remember, too, Terre Haute South had the ball to begin the game as well. So 2-score lead in this sport is significant. Driscoll fires and flags are pulled, and that will be that. So we have now reached halftime here at Grand Park. Our score after 24 minutes, the Penn Kingsmen 12, the Terre Haute South Braves 7. As you're watching the inaugural girls flag football state championship games, you're doing so on Colts.com.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
Welcome back at halftime. Greg Rakestraw, Jan Bozier with you again. Welcome to the first girls flag football state championship series. Again, we had just under 80 teams that played the sport this year. Once we got to the postseason, a little more than 60 elected to compete. So basically, the state was sectioned off into 8 sectionals. Those winners, Harrison of West Lafayette, Snyder of Fort Wayne, Penn, Terre Haute South. Those are the teams that are playing the early games at 10 a.m. The 11:30 kickoffs feature Munster and Lawrence North. The game that is on this field and on this stream will be New Prairie and Warren Central. That is set to start at approximately 11:30. If you want to go watch the other field, simply go to the other YouTube stream you see on Colts.com when you search Girls Flag Football, and you can watch that one. We'll provide updates to you. You and I have been preparing for this all week, but this is, again, I've had the luxury of doing unified flag football the last several years. You and I will do that championship coming up at 1:30 on ihsaatv.org. Now having seen it, Jan, for the first time, your thoughts?
I love it. I think it's exciting. It's a sport that everything keeps moving. They're playing hard. And listen, I have 5 granddaughters.
And folks, Jan has been texting them the entire time.
I have been.
You should be playing this sport.
I love it. Listen, I'm always scouting for it. They already play all the girls' sports, and I love all of them. But I think I have found one that I like a lot here.
Well, there is no doubt, again, this is a fantastic effort by the Indianapolis Colts and by the National Football League in total. Again, we started in 2023 with 8 teams, 27 teams in 2024. To become an IHSAA-sanctioned sport, you have to have 100 schools that are competing. I think by next year that will happen. The Colts put their money where their mouth was, so to speak.
They sure did.
The road to 100, the Colts committed $1 million to support the launch of 100 girls teams. How does that translate? Well, up to $10,000 each were offered to schools that joined the road to 100. That was to offset costs for equipment, uniforms, training, and coaching stipends. Again, that's all how we kind of got to this point where we've got 8 teams competing for a state championship today.
And that's why, of course, the late Jim Irsay and now his family, that separates them from so many people because of trying to get this going, what they do for, football, allowing Lucas down there, and just what they do in general from their organization is like second to none.
Of course, that is now legacy carried on by Kaylin, Carly, and Casey, as you're now seeing all of the touchdowns again. Thanks to Greg Mash and everybody behind the scenes from the ISC Sports Network that are producing today's game and showing you all of these angles, all of these highlights, etc. While these highlights roll by, this reminder, the Colts Sunday night 7-on-7 series presented by Forte Sports Medicine and Orthopedics and brought to you in part by Gatorade and the Players Action Fund. It returns for 2026. High school tackle and flag football athletes able to continue fine-tuning their skills during the offseason. Check out Colts.com/SN7on7 to learn more about the program. So now, Jan, like we've been doing any other halftime show, adjustments. What do you think we see differently from these teams in half number 2?
Well, I think what Terre Haute South found how quick Penn is. And so they were trying to get passes early just to standing receivers. That's probably more difficult than they need because Penn really covers well. But once they started moving, and specifically down there when they got that score, it was a moving receiver and they got people open. So I think they're talking about, guys, on your routes, keep moving, because if you move, defense has to move.
So just have 5 minutes of halftime, so it does not take long to kind of get reset and restart for half number 2. And our next game is scheduled for an 11:30 beginning. The game that you will see on this stream will be New Prairie and Warren Central. Warren Central, the only team that comes in with an under 500 record to get here. Got hot at the right time. They are 4-6 on the season. Other game is at halftime as well between Harrison and Fort Wayne Snyder.
You know, I think as well as Terre Haute South to only be down, by less than a score here, they got to feel pretty good about where they're at here. Just to be down to 1 score to a team that averages just shy of 42 points a game. So they're right into this thing. So from a win perspective, listen, this is still anybody's game.
Well, Jan, and talking with the folks from Terre Haute before, they said, look out for number 24. That Moose is the star, and that has been evident by what she has done offensively.
She's got some speed. She loves to run. She's one of those athletes that and you see her out there talking all the time. She's guiding her team more than just a player, kind of a leader type. You can just see her out there right now on your screen. She's out there giving instructions. The love of the game, love to compete.
And again, she is just a sophomore. So we put 24 minutes on the clock. Kingsmen get the opening possession.
Yeah, this is where it could be interesting. For Penn, you go up a couple scores, or if you're Terre Haute South and get a stop to keep it under 1 score. So both sides of the ball here are going to get a little interesting.
2 touchdowns and 2 full possessions for Penn. One time they didn't score, it was a 1. Love the lateral there. The running play on display, and Smith with the tackle. But that will be a first down. And getting the second toss was Logan Rumble.
And you can keep lateraling, too. I mean, you don't have to just do it once. As long as the player is behind the ball, you can continue to lateral.
And what you see is the level of offensive innovation that you see in this sport.
A lot of innovation. And you got to be on your toes defensively because you can't get caught up in all the movement and forget who you're supposed to guard.
On the direct snap, it's Rumble. Rumble runs through 2 tacklers and then gets taken down by a third, which, again, is not how the play is supposed to end. On a Friday night, that's a good open field tackle. Not exactly what flag football is supposed to be, so that'll be a few more yards.
Usually we're credited with a really nice tackle there, but can't do it there.
That's a great hit on Friday. That's illegal on a Saturday.
But you got to think strategy here a little bit. If you can't get the flag and you tackle, you take the penalty versus let them score, right?
That is the equivalent of what we would say in tackle football of, hey, that was a great pass interference
That's
call.
exactly right.
Because if not, you're getting
She's going to
score,
the right? If she doesn't score, if she doesn't bring her down, she's going to score. Strategy, Greg. Always got strategy.
So quickly first down for the Kingsmen again. The 3 scoring drives were both long drives. Penn trying to kind of buck that trend here to start half number 2. Again on the handoff. And still going. Flag is grabbed. Shy of the goal line. There was a flag on the play.
This one looks right at the line of scrimmage.
No flag, by the way. I'm misread a cone. My apologies. No flag.
I'm with you. That looks like a flag over there.
There's a lot of colors involved
there
here at Grand Park.
But that one looks different than the rest of the codes.
I do games here all the time. I should know better. My apologies.
I was with you. That looks like a flag, not a cone.
So second down. Basically half the distance was picked up in that first down range.
Man, Penn just moves the ball so quickly.
You can still run the ball here. But Driscoll looks to throw. Again, tried to find the center and does. Touchdown. Making a 2-score lead for the Kingsmen. It is Alexis Warner that has her second touchdown grab of the game.
You know, one of the things you see on this Penn ball club, you got some length, man. You get that ball up there and get some one-on-ones. You can see right there in your picture, there are a couple of really tall, lengthy girls. Take a look at this. Kind of hard. And see the misdirection?
Right.
And that's what you do. You try to throw some misdirection and get somebody confused. It doesn't take much.
Penn 0 for 2 on conversions so far. Driscoll.
No rush.
Throws it just behind, and it's Smith that taps it away. But if you score 6 every time, you're going to be all right. Kingsman lead at 18-7. The IHSAA and the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high school officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hopper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. To learn more about IHSA officiating, visit ihsaa.org/become-official. And Jan, you and I see a lot of Mark during the basketball season, and there are so many sports that are lucky to have Mark and what he does across the state of Indiana.
They make the game. They make the game. As an ex-official, listen, officials absolutely make a game on how they conduct it, how they handle it. Great job, guys.
Quick pass. Completion made. Minimal gain here on first down. Sets up second down now for the Braves. That was Samantha Wright on the reception. Smith trying to buy some time. Threads the needle.
Boy, she did there. Oh, no,
incomplete. Just couldn't hang on. That was Childs that was the intended target. And again, Jan, you said this, and it's been kind of stuck in my mind since then. Terre Haute South has already scored more points than Penn has averaged giving up on a per-game basis. They allowed 6 in the sectional final to Elkhart.
With that clock running, though, Greg, the pressure to score is getting a little more intense.
Well, again, when you get to a 2-score lead in this sport, a handoff to Smith. Flag is snagged. That is enough for a first down. Again, you see a lot of different colored lines. Every 20 yards, you'll see a pink stripe on the field. That indicates that it's a first down. Yellow cones indicate that as well if you need a little additional help in spotting where the first down line is. Throwing the deep ball.
Oh, man.
Look at that toss.
That's going to be a flag.
That will be pass interference.
Count about 6 of them thrown for that one. Oh, my.
So the pass interference call coming here against Macy Little.
Well,
but again, you and I had the same reaction watching Smith uncork that, or White uncork that down the field.
You talk about a perfect spiral. No question about the call. It was interesting. Penn was going, what are you talking about? To me, it was pretty obvious. Let's take another look at it. Man, she absolutely threw this thing a country mile. And for me, that was a clear flag. So,
flag called against Penn. And after they mark it off, that should result in a first down.
It was one thing to throw it that far. Did you see the perfect spiral of that thing?
And Moose just a sophomore. Again, toss it back to her, give her the run-pass option. She will throw it.
She got somebody open.
Catch is made, and flag is grabbed. The flag pulled by Chloe Klott. Reception made by Chandrea Sanders.
Well, Sanders got behind the defender there, and Moose just kind of outmaneuvered the pressure. And because of the arm that she has, look how far she throws this thing under pressure. That's a really nice pitch and catch. Brace threatening.
So first and goal. Again, you can run the ball here. You're at that distance, but that time the fastball wasn't ready for it was Maya Childs. So the incompletion by Terre Haute South. That'll be second down. And 7 minutes off the clock here in half number 2.
I think Moose forgot exactly how strong of arm she has. Because the receiver's going back. I'm a little closer this time.
Here comes pressure. She'll read the defense. Flag thrown. Flag pulled, but will be a legal formation or a legal procedure against Terre Haute South. And obviously because you gain yardage to get closer to the goal line, Penn will take this penalty and down will remain second. So second down and approximately 16 yards. Because of no hash marks, you're not seeing us put distance on the screen. Sticking with just what down it is.
Well, I think this is an opportunity. Terre Haute South can't let go. They got to find the end zone here.
Good job by White. White, eventually flag pulled by Maddie Thompson. But she gets more than half the distance to get to the goal line.
Yeah, and you see what she's doing now? She's made an adjustment. When they start to get that flag, because she's gotten called a couple times, she lifts her arms up to keep away from any type of too much contact.
White avoids pressure. Avoids it. Nope, flag pulled. Third Penn defender got to her. It was Lucia Zachariah that got there.
Third down.
Out in the flat. Catch made. And that'll be a penalty against Penn.
Yep, no doubt about that one. Push after the dead ball.
And frankly, there have been penalties that have kind of kept some Terre Haute South drives alive in this game.
Yeah, no question about it.
They're going to say guarding the flag, though. Using that off arm is the reason why
I did not see
flag
that.
was not pulled.
There's so much reaction just as a runner, you know, and natural instinct says somebody's coming after me. I'm going to defend myself, you know.
And that is a loss of down penalty as well, so
that's tough.
Fourth down.
Got to get something here.
White. It has the arm to get it there. Back corner of the end zone.
How about that?
Ashaya Cooper with a touchdown grab. How about that fourth down conversion?
Wow. Really well thrown ball. She got behind the defender. I don't think she knew where she was at.
And again, you have the option to go for one or two. Terre Haute South will go for one, knowing that they're within a touchdown regardless. So the two doesn't do you much good. Take the one. And basically, you're trying it from 3 yards out. This can wait all day. I love the nod. Hey, go to your left.
She's engineering this thing.
The only problem is taking this long as the clock is running. Jump ball, and that was the center and Powers that was the intended target. Couldn't get there. But Terre Haute South refusing to go away,
That's
Jan.
absolutely correct. Ball game.
The Colts Youth and High School Football Grants is an opportunity for all flag and tackle programs throughout the state of Indiana. Teams and programs can request up to $2,500 for equipment upgrades, facility upgrades, and other administrative costs. Applications will open in March, so tune in to colts.com/footballgrants to learn more. I want to thank so many great people behind the scenes with the Indianapolis Colts. Thanks to Andy Matus, who heads up the Girls Flag Football Initiative. Thanks to Bryce on his staff. It's been great working with him as well. So Penn has the ball, but the lead is down to 5. We're already halfway through half number 2. Again, it is a running play. Again, it is Rumble. Avoids the first flag pull and the second. But contact is made. 2 players were there defensively for Terre Haute South. It was Downing and Coleman who were there. Again, I think we'll have a contact flag here.
Yeah, I think what they got just at the last second, she kind of just expanded her arms a little bit, and that got her.
So a 10-yard penalty, and it's first down.
Penn gets the ball in offense. They don't mess around.
On the handoff, flag pull. What a play. Kylie Gress reaching and snags the flag.
That's kind of Penn's bread and butter play. They've ran it a lot here today. And that time, Kylie Gray, the junior, right on top of it. They needed that. They being the Lady Braves needed a stop here, Greg.
It's a second down. Closest game that Penn has played all year was their opener against South Bend St. Joe, winning 26-12. Campbell is the designated blitzer. Driscoll runs. Flag pulled, but it will be a first down.
Driscoll likes to run, doesn't she? She didn't waste a lot of time. If there's nobody open, she likes to put it away and run.
was Downing that made the play. And we referenced her passing stats of over 1,400 yards, Jan. But from a rushing standpoint, 385 yards and 6 touchdowns on the season. Catch made, flag pulled. That's Warner, the center.
You know, most of Penn's offense is 6 to 10 yard out patterns or crossing patterns. They really try to bring the defense up. They have not went long a lot. They really try to set up the defense. You see a lot of strategy in their offense.
Jan, they have scored at least 26 points in every game this year. And Elkhart, their closest game of late, their 27-6 win in the sectional. Again, Driscoll, design run. Avoids players 2, 3, 4, flag pulled. That was Moose White that made the tackle.
How about this? Little change of direction. She thought, or she made them think that she was going out of bounds, and all of a sudden a quick cut back inside.
The other thing you would note on that play is that the Penn receiver down the field tucked her arms in. Did not want to be called for blocking. You can't do that. So again, the differences that you see.
Yeah, you can't block anywhere.
In the girls' game and in the tackle game. 1st and goal to go. On the jet sweep. Searching for the pylon. Touchdown. Penn makes it 4 scores in 5 drives. And it's back to a 2-score advantage. Cammie Bauer with the touchdown take to the house for Penn.
Who says you can't run the ball? Penn has certainly shown that is possible, but what they do is put it in the mix of so many things they do. They have the receivers actually use as decoys to pull other defenders with them, and then that opens up those jet sweeps. Greg Penn has scored just about every time they've had the ball.
Again, just the one-play drive in the half, that's it.
That's one, yeah.
And looking for the 1-point conversion. Pressure being applied by Terre Haute South. Driscoll will look to run. Doesn't get there. Yep, flag got pulled just in time. Carly Ross got her hands in there to deny the try for Penn. Again, that's the only thing that's gone wrong for the Kingsmen today. They're 0 for 4 on that.
Little bit of a cushion here for Penn, but still anybody's ball game with 8:21.
Jeremiah Maggart is the head coach at Penn. Jeremiah coaches in the wrestling programs at Penn High School.
Penn's always had a good wrestling program.
And he has not coached football at other stops because he's been the head wrestling coach. Now he's an assistant. He's like, you know what, I got time for this. He's a physical education teacher.
That's great, man.
At Penn High School.
Yeah, and that's the thing that, you know, when the high schools take on this sport is to make sure that you get the coaching aspect of it.
Handoff. Terre Haute South again, a second lateral. This is to get White the ball, and great pulling of the flag that time. Getting a little razzle-dazzle in terms of Terre Haute South. We've not seen that play. That was Haley Savannah. First time we have called her name making the defensive play.
Still plenty of time.
White on the toss. But again, you're seeing, for Terre Haute South, most of the yardage is just on the throw. They're not getting the yards after the catch. Tackle made by Haley Hacken.
It's kind of interesting here as you take a look at your picture, how the different defenses set up. You see here Penn with the 3-1-3.
Third down, or first down, excuse me. That ball was never caught, dropped. Terre Haute South did enough on those first two drives to get the first down. It's on second down. Again, more than half of this is the field, but that's an interception. Picked off by Penn. Live football. Flag is pulled. Macy Little gets the pick. And now Penn will have the ball with a 2-score lead for the first time.
Wow. And she threw that ball a country mile. Just unfortunate for her. Take a look how far she throws this thing. She kept waving the receiver. Keep going. There you go. Keep going. That ain't far enough. And then cranks it.
I'm not sure the building can hold her arm.
Man, is that an arm.
So Penn will take over. It'll be first down, just shy of midfield.
Greg, you reminded me now a couple of times. She's just a sophomore, so hopefully we'll come back here next couple of years. If they come back, I'm going to take a wild guess, say that throw's going to be in the end zone.
There was a flag down and got waved off.
Well, Penn's not going to be in any hurry here. You're going to use strategy a little bit.
Clock is your friend if you're the Kingsmen.
Yes, sir.
And they will run the football. Flag is pulled. Great tackle by Des Campbell. And she's the defensive star of this Terre Haute South group. One thing that I noticed, Jan, on that last drive, and it shows you the depth that a team can have. Penn kind of went some of their twos defensively. In other words, they're kind of playing the long game. You think 2 more games to go today. Jan, it is not lost on me. We're popular up here. This place is full.
It is. I love it. This is a lot of fun.
Driscoll. Catch made. That's Warner. Flag is pulled. Shy of the first down.
Wow, you're right. I hadn't turned around in a while. There's 4 and 5 deep in here.
And trust me, they're not here to see us. Carly Ross.
I took that for granted.
Wonderful to see such a turnout.
It is.
And weather is great today. Here you see a look. We're right in the middle of that group. And action going on simultaneously on 2 fields.
Well, somehow, some way, Terre Haute South's got to get the ball back. That clock's running.
Driscoll throws.
Oh, wide open.
Player all by her lonesome. Flag gets pulled eventually.
Wow.
But not until it's a first down.
See, I talked about that earlier. In a game like this, communication, like it is in so many sports, Greg, but, man, you cannot allow somebody to get that wide open.
Lauren Petrus able to make the grab. First time we have called her name tonight.
Rarely do you get that wide open.
With a chance to go, Penn go. They are undefeated in both footballs this year in terms of flag football and, as our buddy Paul Condra would say, the American tackle variety. On the handoff, able to avoid the first flag pull, not the second. Ball carrier was Logan Rumble. Flag was pulled by Lauren Coleman of Terre Haute South. And now we'll start to see timeouts be taken as, again, Terre Haute South is playing the possession game here. It's a timeout called by the Braves. Let's update you on the other score. Again, Snyder and Harrison playing as we speak. Winners of these 2 games will play at 4 o'clock. That one's a good one. Snyder leading Harrison 20-14. So that's a 1-possession game across the way. This is the indoor training facility during training camp for the Colts. But as somebody that is pretty much here every day, I can tell you it was not used the entire summer for a practice. We did not have a single session rained out.
That's because there was no rain.
We could have used the relief. The average temperature was swamp when we were here for training camp in late July and throughout most of August.
I live here for other reasons, but I literally live 7 miles from here. We haven't seen rain since it was invented.
Tonight.
That's what I'm hearing.
Which is why we're glad that the championship that's indoors, because we had a bit of a weather issue if we had a 6 o'clock outdoor game.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Second down. Handoff goes to Rumble. Flag is pulled immediately. Great read by Campbell. And Terre Haute South will burn another timeout. Again, they will get a free timeout with the 2-minute warning as well. But now you're playing the math game if you are Terre Haute South.
Well, and you're playing the math game if you're Penn, too. They're in no hurry at all. They're just going to be as methodical as they can be to just let the clock run. But listen, Terre Haute South has handed Penn everything they could ask for in the game. This has been a fun game, very competitive. You know, for people who's never been to Grand Park, it's hard to explain how massive and gorgeous this place is. It is unbelievably massive. And first class. Baseball, soccer, rugby, football, everything played out here.
So it is first down. Just crossing that pink stripe and again. Hand off and then the lateral. Driscoll. Ball or flag taken away. Just as Driscoll was heading out of bounds, that's Coleman. Was able to make the play.
You know, I really didn't know how much running we'd see. I watched some games this week on film. There was some running, but Penn has really exploited the run far better than I thought maybe you could even do it here. There's kind of a handoff, back handoff.
And that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. So let us step aside. 2 minutes left to play. Penn moving, leading at 24-13 as you're watching on Colts.com.
You guys know who 99 is for the Colts? Yeah! What's his name?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community and just having those interactions with those kids. I mean, it can go a long way.
You want to tackle me? I might take all of you guys to try to take
Growing
me down.
up, you know, we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, I mean, that's what Mr. Ursay is that, you know. One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow. But that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, you know, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
So back to action at Grand Park. Greg Regstraw, Jan Bozier with you here on Colts.com. And on this stream, you will see, in this field, you will see New Prairie and Warren Central. That is the game that follows this one.
Should be a good one.
And all of our quarterfinals are at 10 or 11:30. Semifinals are at 4. Championship game is at 6. You can run the ball here again if you're Penn, which is what they're going to do. And Rumble got run into, and we'll stop the clock for a potential injury.
Yeah, she took a shot, too.
Yeah, that's just, you're trying to time that and guess the right way, and unfortunately, Campbell guessed wrong, and she's been phenomenal all season long. And
you can see right there where you're trying to get in a position, but you can't get out of the way quick enough.
Right.
Sometimes you're just somewhere where you're trying to get out of it. Man, I hope she's okay because she took a shot.
Terre Haute South had won their last 5 games. They're 9-3 on the season. This is the cool stat to me about Terre Haute South. They lost to both Memorial and Modern Day during the regular season and beat both of those teams in the sectional last Saturday. So that actually is going to be marked against Penn for the contact. But honestly, Penn's main concern is just running the clock at this point. Scoring is a bonus. They're trying to keep Terre Haute South away from getting the ball back. Clock rolls. Quick check to the sideline, and again, Penn will take as much time as they are allotted here. Trying to drain the sands of the hourglass are the Kingsmen. And handoff goes to Rumble. Rumble, great pull of the flag by Terre Haute South. And by the way, Campbell's coming back in on the next play. Good to see that White was able to make the tackle.
You know, something I've watched Penn doing when they run that to either side around the edge, while you're not allowed to block, people strategically will
get in the way.
Get in the way. That's plain a way of saying it. You can literally raise your hands and just kind of be in the way. You're not technically blocking, but you call it what you want, but you're in the way.
I once had a coach that told me, be an obstacle. You can be an obstacle in this sport, Jan.
I had a coach tell me I was an obstacle.
I know that guy. On the handoff, couldn't pull the flag, and that to the house. Touchdown for Cammie Bauer and Penn. That'll make it a 3-score lead with less than a minute to play. Well, again, it was kind of educated guesses in terms of how these teams are going to stack up. But by a lot of the stats and metrics, people kind of earmarked Penn as one of the better teams here, and they certainly have looked the part today.
Well, they're well coached. Number one, they don't take their offense just as helter skelter. It's very well planned. Execution's really well, and once again, I've said it once, they run the ball much better than I thought you would be able to run it here. Now, we'll see as the day progresses, can anybody else run it that well?
So conversion try here. It's the one area where Penn has struggled. Driscoll will look to run and didn't get it. Flag was pulled. Well, for Terre Haute South, to say that you are a state finalist in the inaugural year of the sport, that's fantastic. And we talk about the great year that Penn is having in both footballs, if you will. Terre Haute South's having a renaissance year in football, too. So there's a lot of reason to be excited in the Wabash Valley.
Well, South only has 6 seniors, 3 juniors, and then they have 10 sophomores and 5 freshmen. So a lot of youth on this Terre Haute South ball club.
And in talking with Coach Utterback, he talked about that young core he has put together. White has been tremendous at quarterback. And running away from the potential tackler. Flag pulled by Chloe Klein. That's Reagan Fretz. And that is designed to make sure you get a senior a touch there. I love that.
Yep. Well, Penn has 8 seniors, 13 juniors, 5 sophomores, and 6 freshmen. So 21 upperclassmen, if you will, 8 of those seniors.
White will run for this one. Flag comes out, both from the official and eventually pulled. And let's see what the flag behind the play is. Chloe Klein. We have called her name going in both directions. And a legal procedure going to be called against Terre Haute South, so wipe away the gain there.
Well, something kind of tells you that young lady there might just be a star before her career is ended playing this sport.
Oh, she's a star right now. Now the question is going to be, and you're starting to see this pop out of smaller schools, is there going to be an option to play this sport of this variety at the collegiate level? Obviously, kind of the biggest development for flag football is that it is going to be an Olympic sport.
Right.
Coming up 3 summers from now in Los Angeles. You know, and at the on the guys' side, there's talk about having NFL players, participating in flag football.
I'm sure their teams would love that.
Which might look like the 92 Dream Team, given how things could be going.
Well, I can see, listen, a lineman that can run, a 4.3 40 goes, listen, I never see the ball. At least I could go over here and see the ball, right?
By the way, other game is just wrapping up. Snyder will advance onto the semifinals.
Good job, Snyder.
They beat Harrison 20-14. White. Flag pulled. Great play. And that is Quinn Driscoll getting some time on both sides of the ball.
Gotta go.
20 seconds left to go. Play or 2 left to go in this one. Again, Penn's going to win it. They'll move on. Pass was dropped. It's Allie Dahl, again, another one of the seniors on the roster.
Timeout.
Yep. Time is called. They'll add a few seconds on the back end of this. We'll take a quick break at the conclusion of this, come back with some final thoughts, and give our crew a brief break before our next game, which is scheduled for an 11:30 start. We'll see if we hit that on time. Fumbled snap. And with that, the clock is continuing to run.
That's going to do
that
it, Greg.
Will be that. Clock is showing zeros. I'm going to put some more time back on, I think. Yep. Everybody is learning this sport, Gene.
There's a lot to learn, quite honestly. Hey, your natural instinct, it's just the same rules.
Oh, no.
As regular.
Totally different.
It's not even close.
Yep.
It's been fun. Good game. Great crowd.
Addie Bailey coming on here for Terre Haute South. Fortunately, Shia Cooper hurting a little bit at the end of that play. White on the pass, and there'll be a flag there.
Yep, sure will be.
That is zeros on the board. Basically, Terre Haute South can get an untimed down if they choose to.
I think they'd like to have one more shot at it.
Especially with a quarterback, can get it to the end zone from anywhere in the building.
Certainly doable from this distance.
What this does is this gets kind of both coaches a chance to make sure, hey, go get in the game. To say you got a chance to play in the state final.
And I'm impressed by how many girls there are on these teams.
25 is the roster. So barring a penalty, final play of this one, White will simply take off. And the flag is pulled, and that is that. The Penn Kingsmen are moving on to our semifinals. They beat the Braves at Terre Haute South 30-13. We'll take a quick break, come back and wrap it up as you're watching Colts Girls Flag Football on Colts.com.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10-5, touchdown. What we say? This out. Rainbow down the right sideline. Underneath that is Alec Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown. I-N-D-Y.
Back for a final time. Greg Rakestraw, Jan Bozier, thanks to our ISC Sports Network crew. Again, Penn as good as advertised. So too was Moose White, some key players for Terre Haute South. Terre Haute South moved the ball the entire time. Penn literally converted pretty much every time they had the ball. 30-13 our final, Jan. Your final thoughts on this one?
No, I think you said it very well. Penn was very efficient. We talk whatever level of football that you got to finish, and it's what Penn did. And that's the difference in this game because, to your point, I thought the Terre Haute South moved the ball really well up and down the field. Penn just finished much more than they did.
So, again, for the Penn Kingsmen, they will now play on the opposite field at 4 o'clock. These two teams will share a moment of prayer and reflection at the conclusion of this one. We'll show you some final highlights on our way out the door. Terre Haute South season is complete. Congratulations to the Lady Braves on making it this far to the state championship. Penn will play Snyder coming up in a game at 4 o'clock over on field number 1. Again, those of you waiting on New Prairie and Warren Central, we're slated for an 11:30 start. That would be a 12-minute turn. We'll see exactly how that's going to be, but simply leave your computer feed right here, and we'll bring it to you then. Thanks for joining us for Colts Girls Flag Football. Penn moves on. You've been watching on Colts.com.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street, American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
We welcome you back inside the Grand Park Indoor Event Center for our second quarterfinal here on field number 3. Already 2 semifinalists are set in terms of Snyder and Penn. One of these teams hope to join them, New Prairie and Warren Central. Thanks for joining us on Colts.com alongside Jan Bozier. My name is Greg Rakestraw, and Jan, thoughts on this one?
Well, listen, I think New Prairie obviously has to be the favorite coming in. Warren, though, has got hot here as of late. So New Prairie comes in at 10-1. I believe Warren's at 4-6. And so, listen, sometimes it's not always the best record. Sometimes it's the team that's playing at the right time the best. So we'll see how this one turns out.
Players that catch your attention for New Prairie, it's Addie Luther. Addie has over 800 yards rushing and has 20 touchdowns in the season. And how about Emma Deutscher defensively? She has 76 flag pulls and 6 interceptions on the season.
That's a bunch. That's a lot. That tells you somebody's super active on the defensive side.
For Warren Central, the player to look for is Rihanna Benson. She is averaging over 150 yards rushing per contest. Now, one thing you will note, Warren Central wearing the gold shirts, but you're not seeing numbers on their field. So I will warn you up front, we may not be forthcoming with names for Warren Central. There might be a lot of, hey, great play by the Warriors. So just know that we're going to have to deal with that during the course of today's game. Jan, your thoughts on what you saw in game number 1 between Penn and Terre Haute South?
I got to tell you, I was really impressed. The quality of the play calling, the different offenses, the strategy involved. Until you really see it, you don't get how really complex the game can be.
Had a chance to talk to both of these head coaches. Kenzie Brown handles the team for Warren Central. Shauna Toole is the head coach for New Prairie. And again, opposite this game is Munster and Lawrence North. So if that is the game that you want to watch, simply back out of this one on Colts.com. The other YouTube stream is up there as well. But the 2 Indianapolis area MIC teams that are playing in this are playing simultaneously. To win a state championship, you've got to win 3 games today. 11:30 for this game. Then there will be a break. That is to make way for the Unified Flag Football State Championship game, which takes place at 1:30 under the IHSAA auspices. Then at 4 o'clock will be the semifinals. The winner of this game will play on this field at 4 o'clock against the winner of the other game that is taking place right now. New Prairie is going to have the opening possession. New Prairie going with the gold padded helmets as well.
I have not seen that. I like it.
Ellie Harris is going to get the first snap as a quarterback. Envy Hesh will be the center. The 3rd year that this sport has been played. The first time we have crowned an official state champion. We are underway from Grand Park. Throw across the middle, just incomplete. Again, great arm on display, and that's Luther. That was the intended target.
Well, I'm telling you, that was a perfectly thrown ball, maybe just a hair lead, but boy, it looked like she had a really good shot. Man, that was an excellent throw. In between, quite honestly, double coverage.
New Prairie's lone loss came to Penn, who won the game previous to this one. Coach Toole said that's a major motivating factor for her girls. Throw made. Luther flying down the field. They're not going to get her. Touchdown toss of more than 60 yards. That's the longest play from scrimmage we have seen on this field today, and it takes New Prairie less than a minute to claim a 6-0 lead.
Boy, they wasted no time to go to the long ball, and you can see why. This young lady, she can flat out haul it, gets a player wide open, and she just does the rest.
Frankly, so much of the offense that we saw in the previous game was more of the running game and more of kind of the short crossing passing game. So there is more than one way to get it done. So the conversion try here. Back of the end zone, tipped and nearly caught. I don't think that Hesh was the intended target, but ball ends up hitting her, so it remains 6-0 in favor of New Prairie. As high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts continue to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
I'm still back on the very first throw. That was as good a throw as I've seen, man. That was a 40-yard throw on the dime.
Yeah, the talent that has been on display here has been something to see in this inaugural state tournament. So Warren Central will run the ball on first down, and tackle made immediately. Flag is pulled by Trinity Waltman. Trinity, a sophomore, and she's one of the defensive stalwarts for Coach Toole's squad.
I think there's no question New Prairie is going to be explosive, so Warren's going to really have to stay with them, Greg.
Again, Benson is the star tailback for Warren Central. Snap back, pressure applied. Quarterback now will run, but flag is pulled. Making that play in the backfield is Shea Manley, one of the seniors for New Prairie, and it's quickly third down. New Prairie trying to be the third northern team to make their way to the semifinals coming up later this afternoon. Third down snap again. Manley applies pressure and gets the flag in the backfield. And it is fourth and a ways here for Warren Central. They're about 9 yards out from a first down.
Right, you talked about Warren's running game. They tried to get something established, and there was absolutely no room.
Well, we'll go to the other end. So New Prairie gets the stop. So New Prairie, after scoring on basically 2 plays, get the ball back less than 4 minutes into this opening half.
But you got to think you know what's coming, too. New Prairie found something very quick, cashed in on it. Warren has got to be ready.
New Prairie won their sectional championship game 42-0 against LaPorte. On the handoff, and flags fly. Flag eventually pulled. And there's the speed of Luther on display.
See what they get her for.
We'll have a bit of a conversation here. Same crew that worked our earlier contest did a fine job. That does stop the clock with 19:42.
We should mic the official.
We'll work on that for next year. Procedure call against New Prairie. Actually, he pointed New Prairie, but it's going to be against Warren Central. So it's second down. Looking to throw. Again, throwing the deep ball. Completion made. Flag is pulled, but exactly at midfield. Really feud up with the grab.
20-plus yard pass again by New Prairie. Take a look.
Harris can sling it, can't she?
She can. With accuracy. It's one thing to sling a football. It's another to throw it with accuracy.
Harris again rifles this one down the field, and incomplete pass. Pass interference is going to be called.
Yep.
Trinity Waltman was the intended target. It'll remain first down in favor of New Prairie.
Boy, she is not afraid to throw it right into coverage. She has confidence in her receivers to come up with those balls. Take a look how much room there is there. I'm not sure what they've seen. Just too much contact.
So first down after a 10-yard penalty. Toss play, but they'll throw out of it.
See, now that's kind of the first time we've seen an option, if you will, and then the pass. That's really the complexity you can make of these offenses, because everybody starts to read run there, and what happens, the receiver who's covered them started to come up, which made her open because of the respect for the run on the left side.
Second and short coming up here for New Prairie. Again, looking to throw and just overthrowing the target. That was Waltman that was the intended target. New Prairie looks for the short conversion. Ball deflected away.
That's pretty good D right there.
Hash was the intended target from the center position.
Yeah, that was well covered that time by Warren.
So third down. They get one more first down before reaching the end zone can New Prairie. The Cougars. And
well, that sailed on her.
Yeah, fastball that time.
Yep, that.
It's a fourth down. Clock again rolls until we get to the 2-minute warning.
At a minimum here, you want the first down.
This distance. The handoff, but flag is pulled.
No going.
Drive is stalled for New Prairie. And again, as we have said, Jan, in this sport, getting a 2-score lead is significant.
Yeah, it's brutal.
That was a massive stop for Warren Central.
It was. They kind of showed a double reverse, kind of faked it the second time around. Take a look. They show up, there's a reverse, and had people in motion to either just fake or they could hang off, and Warren read it very well. You're right. You cannot allow 2 or 3 scores to get ahead of you here.
So Warren's offense struggled to get going.
I did not hear
Flag
is
out, yep.
Got to show it.
That is Shepard that makes the tackle. So Warren's still trying to kind of find their footing from an offensive standpoint. Went 3 and out on their opening drive. Need to get this ball to midfield from where Warren takes over, and that
was just,
my goodness, that was nearly a house call.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous. It was literally tipped and then tipped right into the hands of the Cougars. You see that a lot in football. The tip ball is probably the most intercept ball there is.
We saw that in our high school game last night.
We did.
On the boys' side between HSC and Brownsburg. Quickly third down. Looking to throw the deep ball, and catch is made. Flag is pulled, but not before a first down. And let's see if that gets Warren on track. Fuda with the pull of the flag, but by far the best offensive snap for the Warriors so far.
Yeah, and this is almost for 6. This is a touchdown-saving flag because she was gone.
First down for the Warriors. They cross midfield for the first time. Blitzer gets back, doesn't get the flag, but the second tackler there does. Tackle made by Waltman. Gain of maybe a yard at second down. By the way, Munster has a 6-0 lead on Lawrence North. That's the other game currently taking place. On the throw, out in the flat, and incomplete pass, but
too much contact.
Contact made at the end of the play.
Yep.
Luther. That could be a.
You kind of think that one. I'm not going to guess here. I know who I think made the contact, but I'm not going to outguess it here. And I was right. That's one of those cases where you're trying to go for the interception, Greg, and you have to kind of go right at the receiver. And if you can't get out of the way quick enough, you're going to get that penalty.
So first down and a 10-yard mark-off. On the handoff. Flag pulled 5 yards back by Manley. And obviously against Warren Central, They're kind of sitting on the run right now, is New Prairie.
Manley was back there in a hurry. Look how quick she comes out of nowhere.
On the throw, incomplete pass. But again, interference is going to be called. Deutscher was the player that was in coverage.
Well, it's called that way because it's really meant to try to establish the no contact. And so they don't want people coming in and just level, whether it's intentional or not intentional. They really try to keep that, and that's why those calls are made.
So second first down by way of a penalty.
So to that point, Greg, if you're going to intercept something, it's a little more strategic of your angle to intercept that thing.
Throw down the field. It is caught. Flag is pulled. But that is a completion for Warren Central. And they find themselves 5 yards away from their first touchdown of the game.
So now, after a few of those penalties, the defense is really kind of a little more hesitant to make any contact whatsoever against that receiver.
So Warren has found their footing on drive number 2. On the throw, touchdown. Into the end zone for Warren Central. The Warriors are on the board, and now they'll have a conversion try to claim a lead. They will go for 1, signals Coach Brown.
It's a good drive by the Warriors. Wasted no time. The penalty certainly didn't help New Prairie's calls there. Right down the field they go. Really nice pass and catch. Wide open.
You kind of felt that game was there for the taking for New Prairie, and now it's game on. Now Warren has found terra firma. So again, the 1-point conversion try. Looking. Throwing and tipped away.
That's good D.
Good defense applied by Trinity Waltman.
Yeah, that's well played because there's just a level of defense you can play and not make contact.
The Colts football development team helps recognize, educate, and develop the youth and high school football environment throughout all of Indiana. To learn more about football development opportunities and events, visit colts.com/football development. And if you're just joining us, Penn and Snyder won the earlier quarterfinals that were played at 10. And these two teams get a break. Lawrence North, by the way, now leads Munster 14-6 over on field number 1.
Munster from way up north.
Cougars again. Deep ball has been the thing. Good timing. Great pass breakup by Warren Central.
You know what's interesting about this New Prairie? One thing they're trying to do, they'll sit people really long and just kind of wait, if you're not going to rush them, to let that underneath kind of develop by pulling all the defenders back by the longer receivers.
Shauna Toole, head coach, helped by her husband Matt. They both coach softball together at New Prairie as well. Again, just good job by Warren Central, and you just kind of feel that after about the first 5 plays of the game, Warren has kind of caught their breath.
Yeah, the moment has now kicked into game time.
Yep, adrenaline has kind of taken over.
It has.
So it's 3rd down. Running play here. And Luther has the flag grabbed just shy of the first down marker. That's just to make it a little bit closer on 4th down. So 4th down and about 3.
Yeah, all of a sudden Warren's defense has kind of kicked into a different level. What looked like New Prairie's wide open offense was just going to take over. Warren's kind of slowed things down.
So New Prairie basically has like to say, you know what? We're not going to give up a short field. We'll give the equivalent of a punt. Basically, you're saying we're going to give away possession. We'll reset. So to the other end of the field we go.
That's the first time we've seen that here so far. But it's good strategy. Yeah, because you don't make it, you hand.
Right.
Quite honestly, Warren Central, great field position.
You know, you kind of see this like in youth football where the kicking game isn't as developed. You just go, all right, you know what? We'll give the ball away here. So Warren will have the football with their own end zone behind them. Momentum on their side.
Let's see if they can produce that same offense that got them the score last possession.
Out in the flat.
That's going to be a penalty.
Yep. Contact again made. Contact against New Prairie. And the Indianapolis Colts championing this cause to try to get to 100 schools playing girls flag football in the state of Indiana.
Greg, we got a mammoth crowd for this game. Wow.
78 schools competed this year. The IHSA has given this emerging sport status.
It's not going to take long.
Dropped. Short passing game hasn't really clicked yet for Warren Central, Jam.
Greg, I'm telling you, after school, see this, see the crowd, see the excitement. I'm guessing it's not going to take long to get that 100 mark. I really believe that.
By the way, touchdown on the other field. Lawrence North now leads Munster 20-6. That game about a minute behind ours in terms of gameplay. Flag is thrown, then flag is pulled on the completion. Let's see what the flag behind the play is all about. Trinity Waltman able to pull the flag. You see Trinity on your screen there.
Well, he's talking to Warren.
So a legal procedure against Warren Central. Well, in talking with Lucas Utterback, the head coach of Terre Haute South yesterday, for example, New Prairie, and being not a small school, but frankly one of the smaller schools that has made it to this Final Eight, a lot of their players are 2-sport and 3-sport kids, and this was, hey, let's play this as kind of our almost conditioning sport or a great experience, with our teammates. For Terre Haute South, Lucas said, hey, about half of our kids are not playing another sport. That this is something new for them. That's great to see. Quarterback will run. Defense, Waltman couldn't get the flag, but we all need a little help from our friends, right? Shane Manley is there.
Greg, I get it. We're in the days of specialization, but I love it when kids play multiple sports. I really do. It's hard. It's hard because in most sports
so much is asked.
Yes,
outside of your high school sport to play at that level.
It's very difficult, but I think it's special when it can be done.
On the handoff, and again, New Prairie has been phenomenal in terms of, if it's not the first, the second defender is there to pull the flag.
Don't you kind of feel like Warren Central's kind of changed the pace of this game a little bit?
That was Sammy Peace that was able to pull the flag, and Warren will do the exact same thing New Prairie is. So I'm not sure if you tune into flag football and all think, hey, defensive struggle, that's exactly where we're at in this game. and frankly, if you look at the 3 scores so far, now Lawrence North is putting up some points in the field behind us, but the most points scored so far is 30.
Right.
In other words, once you get to this level and the talent is so good, defenses are starting to kind of come to the fore a little bit here, Jim.
Yeah, and I think to your point here, Warren Central's defense has really kind of figured New Prairie out a little bit.
New Prairie's offense has been one big pass play. Good looking move here. Flag is finally pulled. That was Feuda that had the catch. That's good enough for a first down. New Prairie scored on their opening drive, and they went 3 and out on their last drive. They moved the ball on the following drive, just couldn't finish the drive.
Well, New Prairie's passing game now has went to the 7-10 range versus the 20 range.
Take the handoff, again looking to throw. And that was almost picked off. And the one thing that you have seen is that Harris has not been shy about throwing into double coverage by Warren.
I don't think the word shy applies to her.
So it's second down. Harris has a safety valve behind her and just kind of couldn't find the rhythm on that. And now you're looking at third down. And again, folks, you hear us mention players for New Prairie, not for Warren. Again, just to point out the obvious, to make sure you had contrasting colors. Warren is kind of wearing some of their practice gear, which means we don't have numbers. So apologize to everybody at Warren Central.
Yeah, because the problem is that they both, I believe, would have had dark jerseys.
Correct.
Right.
Quick touch for the running back. Harris will throw. That's a catch for a first down. Flag is pulled, but Bailey Feud up with the grab, and that is a conversion. That is also the 2-minute warning. Comes on us quickly, doesn't it? We'll step aside. We're tied at 6 here in the first half as you're watching Colts Girls Flag Football on Colts.com.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
Give me 3. Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as flags involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
This is for all the industry insiders, Jan. I am the play-by-play guy and the timeout coordinator.
You need one
for
of
today's
those big red gloves to make you official.
We usually break those out for the Monon Bell on the ISC Sports Network. Again, thanks to our ISC crew. Thanks to Andy Matus and Bryce and the great folks in the Colts for putting their faith in us to produce these girls flag football championships for the first time. Alongside Jan Bozier, Greg Rakestraw with you. At the 2-minute warning, we are tied at 6. Again, frankly, defense has been the thing for New Prairie. It was one big pass play early, but both these teams have been very tough to score on so far, Jan.
Well, we're seeing the quickness right now of Warren, but she quickly made a good defensive play without making contact to get her hand around there and deflect that thing down.
Second down. In run pass option here. Harris throws, and again, Warren is just sinking back, and they are not giving any room for New Prairie to throw the ball.
Well, every time I look up at the receiver, there are at least 2, sometimes 3 defenders from Warren around her. Kind of take a look at how defensively they're playing. 3 way back, 3 in the middle. You see it right there's a good shot right there. That's the defensive setup for Warren.
Harris again surveying. Going to try the deep ball, tipped away, but almost caught on the deflection. Again, Luther was the target. The deep receiver was Waltman. Now we face 4th down, and again, New Prairie will simply say, we'll give 4th down, and we'll push Warren Central further back up the field.
Defense for Warren should get a little bit of applause here. Man, they've really changed the complexity of this game.
Again, after the first 5 snaps, I'm thinking, I'm not sure how competitive this is going to be. Now these two teams couldn't be more similar. Both teams have timeouts that they can use as well.
This is grinding it out without grinding.
Now a little space to operate here, but again, of the teams we have seen so far, New Prairie is by far the best. When they put a hand out to grab a flag, they snag it virtually every time.
And that's a good point because there's a technique to that.
Again, the tackle football terminology would be yards after contact. Warren is getting none of that in today's game. So it's 2nd down. Catch made in the flat. Again, flag is pulled. We'll stop the clock. Brooklyn Shepard on the tackle for New Prairie.
Did we get a call?
It's 3rd down.
Okay. I'm with you. Now we're ready.
On the throw. I think pass interference is going to be the call here.
Can't touch him.
A little early contact.
Yep, can't touch him.
So personal foul against New Prairie. And that will give Warren Central the conversion for a first down.
Well, let's see how much is too much. Here's the pass.
Clock now moves. On the throw. Catch made and pulling away from the defender. And Warren Central will take the lead.
How about that? You knew as soon as she caught that, that was 6.
First big strike of the game for Warren Central, and they take the lead for the first time.
That young lady is all business.
So Warren on the conversion try. We'll go for one here. Looking to throw.
Oh, she's wide open on the right side. Didn't see it.
Out in the flat.
Doesn't matter.
13-6 for Warren Central.
Well, that's being patient, Greg. I'm sitting here looking, and, man, she could have ran that one in, but she was patient, and they got it either way.
Calling all 5 to 14-year-olds. Colts Flag Football League, presented by Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, offers an accessible developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana. Visit Colts.com/flag to join a league near you. New Prairie got off to a great start, but it has been all Warren Central.
It really has. You talk about a turn of events here. Warren has, and let's give Warren's defense a lot of that credit because they changed the complexity of this game.
And Warren came in 4-6 on the year. Getting hot at the right time. Harris underneath. Hesh. Flag pulled. Flag thrown as well. That was enough for a first down regardless, but they'll tack on, I think, a few more yards here. Hesh playing the center position. So tack on 10 yards for New Prairie as well. And both teams have timeouts they can use with 40 seconds before halftime. And of note, Warren will have the ball to start half number 2. Harris fires. Catch made. No flag pulled yet. Player goes down. That will stop the play. Let's hope that Walt Manzarek kind of reaches back and grabs that foot. That is a first down. And we're going to stop to make sure that the player is all right. Waltman may have to head to the sidelines here. She'll check out for a play.
Well, that was a well-executed pass by New Prairie. It's been one that they were able to get in there. They've kind of lost that longer pass game. 32 seconds left, Greg.
Took 8 seconds off the clock. But once the ball is set, the clock rolls. So New Prairie is seeing time come off the clock here. Harris throws incomplete. Hash was the target.
See, now what happens here is New Prairie sends everybody else long, trying to get that Warren defense to all kind of give some space there, and then they had the 10-yard pass with a one-on-one. Still wasn't able to complete it, though.
Harris, again looking for the deep ball. Comes back near side, and that's going to be an incomplete pass. Shepard was the target on the play. We'll put a couple of seconds back on the clock. Clock stops with 10 seconds. Probably have time for 2 plays here if you're New Prairie.
Well, you flat out just have to leave them alone and then make a play on the ball, don't you, Greg?
That is going to be a penalty. So that'll bring New Prairie a little closer. 10-yard penalty. Again, frankly, the down is no longer the concern. It's more of the time that is on the clock.
Plenty of room with the arm on this young lady here if she can find anybody open.
Clock rolls. Harris throws. Catch made. Flag was pulled. Flag was pulled. No.
They're going to say touchdown, Greg, aren't they?
Well, this conversation's still taking place, but is a touchdown, yes.
Yes, it sure is. Nobody grabbed the flag.
There was just kind of a stoppage in play, but you're right, Hesh is in possession of both of her flags.
Well, I think that.
Let's take a look at the play, Jan.
Yeah, well, I think everybody thought it was pulled. Here's the catch.
Yeah.
Now, here's what happened. Her flag got twisted around, and there was no flag to pull. Did you see that, Greg?
I did.
Now,
so it is a touchdown. And so the final play of the half will be a conversion try here for New Prairie.
I can see the case made. Well, how can I pull a flag if there is none? It's there. It just got twisted around, but it's much harder to pull when it's not on the side where it's supposed to be.
New Prairie going for one in the tie here to go to halftime. And that pass is caught in traffic. Great grab by Abby Humes.
Yeah, that was thrown into a crowd. Well-thrown ball.
Well, a very evenly played first half is a tie going to the break. New Prairie 13 and Warren Central 13. We'll step aside. Back with our halftime show next as you're watching girls flag football from Grand Park on Colts.com.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
You guys know who 99 is for the Colts?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community, and just having those interactions with those kids, I mean, it can go a long way.
You want to tackle me? I might take all of you guys and try to take
Growing up, we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, I mean, that's what Mr. Ursay is that, One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow. But that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
Welcome back to Grand Park Indoor Event Center. Greg Rakestraw, Jan Bozier with you again. Our stream on Colts.com. 13-all, we are tied, and this game has had some twists and turns to it. Every time you think one team's gaining advantage on the other one comes right back.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what it means is we're going to have a really good second half. Both teams kind of showed sparks during that first half. New Prairie really come out guns a-blazing, got that early and quick touchdown. Then Warren's defense kind of took control, got things settled down. They got a nice touchdown, and then just right at the end of the first half, New Prairie ties it up.
We'll show you some highlights from half number 1 coming up here in a matter of moments. Jan, as we do that, let's talk about adjustments for half number 2. What do you think we see differently, if anything, from either team?
I don't think we're going to see a whole lot. I think what brought them here is what they're comfortable with, and I think New Prairie, for the most part, went to the shorter game of their passing game in that second half, and If they get somebody open clearly like that, they'll throw it, but they want to throw. Warren's a little more run-oriented.
Again, both these teams have had one major pass play that has led to a touchdown today.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just a matter of communication that somebody can get open. And do you decide, in that case right there, do you decide to protect or do you decide to put pressure?
Overall impressions of the sport, Jan. You and I are seeing this for the first time. We've now witnessed 3 halves. Again, our first game saw Penn beat Terre Haute South 30-13. Overall thoughts on the level of play that we have seen so far this morning?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. I have really been impressed. I think it's just a great for young kids to come out here. I don't care what sport it is. You know, a lot of these don't play other sports. A few do. And it's an opportunity for them to get out here, get exercise, and, you know, with your teammates and just all those things that you used to hear Peyton Manning talk about, not on the field but off the field, just to be with your team and to – the greatest moments ever, because you get 3 or 4 years to be around these guys and it's over.
And here is the last play of the half where, again, flag was never pulled. Hesh scores the touchdown. Conversion was good as well for New Prairie, and we are tied at 13. Had a chance to talk to Kenzie Brown, who is this week's Colts girls flag football coach, league from Warren Central. And again, Warren kind of part of the pilot program in the Indianapolis area, you know, where they've had a team for the last couple of 3 years. And I said, all right, what's the difference? And she goes, more athletic, more speed, and more girls who want to play flag football, not just ones that are staying in shape.
Yeah, they're definitely in shape. And listen, we might make mention, it's not Warren Central's fault they don't have numbers on their jerseys. That came by because they don't have.
You want to have contrasting uniforms.
Yeah, otherwise we would have just a dandy of a time. So it's not their fault. Kind of one of those things that just happened, but.
Colts Sunday Night 7-on-7 series, presented by Forte Sports Medicine Orthopedics and brought to you in part by Gatorade and the Players Action Funnel. He's returning for 2026. High school tackle and flag football athletes will be able to continue fine-tuning their skills during the offseason. Check out Colts.com/SN7on7 to learn more about the program. Of course, the Colts are at SoFi Stadium tomorrow at 4:05 for their game against the Los Angeles Chargers. I think since we're on Colts.com, I can shamelessly self-promote. Listen to the post-game show tomorrow night from 7 until 10 on great radio stations across the state of Indiana.
You know the guy who does that.
I'm stuck looking at him in the mirror every day.
Listen, I think we're going to have a fun second half to this ball game. Hey, listen, something I'm looking forward. You and I get to do the unified game coming up here later on this afternoon. That's going to be a lot of fun, too.
I was on the field behind us. You need to go to ihsaatv.org to watch that. So Warren has the opening possession. Blitz coming. On the throw, picked off. Intercepted. New Prairie's got it. Down the sideline, and flag is pulled about 5 yards shy of the end zone. And how about that for a first play of the half?
Well, you know, we just talked about whether you're going to take going after the quarterback or cover the receivers. They put pressure this time, and I think the pressure kind of made her throw it just a little bit quicker to the side than she wanted to, and this is picked off. So the strategy was pressure, paid off, forced the interception.
And Manley forced the hand. Luther with the interception. And now it is 1st and goal from the 5-yard line and New Prairie on the second play of the game scored a touchdown. They have a chance to do that the exact same thing in the second half. Looking to throw. Back corner of the end zone, and camping in the corner for the touchdown was Luther.
Now once again, Greg, New Prairie gets off to a really good start in both halves.
So New Prairie going to go for 1 here. Both teams 1 for 2 on their conversion tries so far.
She looked her off on the right side, turned around, threw the strike on the left side.
Luther and Hesh both sitting in the back corner of the end zone waiting. Harris looks, slings it, good read. And those windows close pretty quickly against Warren Central's
defense. Yeah, they
defense.
really do. Warren reacts. Maybe of the 4 teams we've seen so far, their reaction to close is as good as any of these teams.
The IHSAA and the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high school officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hopper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. To learn more about IHSA officiating, visit ihsaa.org/crew become dash official. So here we are again. And on the running play, a dropped handoff, which basically you spot the ball where the ball was dropped.
Right. There are no fumbles.
So a loss on the play and second down.
You drop the ball, it's a dead ball.
And again, the running game was a big part of Warren's offense with Rihanna Benson coming in. They just haven't found the rhythm on it yet. And flag is grabbed. Diving in was Manley, and that's frankly in either game the first time we've seen the blitz get home in today's games.
And you can see the, if you will, the pass thrower. Your natural reaction is to put your hand down there and try to divert that, and you really can't do that.
Flag is thrown at the end of the play.
Sideline warning.
Yep. Coach Toole got a little outside of the coaching box to get his team's attention.
Just a little bit.
So you throw the flag to give you the warning. Say, all right, coach. Take her easy. Third down again. Manley comes in. And that's going to be.
Ooh, how are you going to call this?
Yeah, exactly.
Because she didn't pull a flag, so it was not a dead ball. And then she took the ball out of her hands. Ooh, this is going to be a tough one to call.
It'll be Warren's possession, and they get the ball where it was spotted, and that is enough for a first down.
Now, take a look. Here's the pass. No flag.
Well, it was pulled by another player.
There it is. You are so right. There was a flag. My bad.
How about that? Again, we repeat ourselves, but it's just stating the obvious. New Prairie is easily the quickest team we have seen in terms of pulling a flag in today's games. Minimal gain there, second down. Yeah, Deutscher from behind the play had pulled the flag.
Yeah, didn't
before
see
Luther
that. That's a great
pick.
replay because otherwise that play should still be alive, but clearly the flag was pulled.
Incomplete pass. Passing game's been kind of hit or miss today for Dub C. By the way, the other game is at halftime. Lawrence North leading Munster 26-12. Donnie Mims' squad is 9-1 coming into today's action. In pressure, throw, and Luther just playing free safety. Gets the pick again. And Luther, flag comes in late. Flag is pulled by Warren Central. It is a second turnover. And Jan, you said it very well. Manley getting home is forcing hand of the quarterback and is rushing Warren into making a mistake or two.
Here's the replay. Here's the pass. See, now I think that's a really good interception. No contact there. That's how you have to do the interception. You cannot make contact when you intercept that ball. And there's some contact.
Yep. So hence additional yards are being tacked on.
You just can't do it. It is absolutely part of the game. It's not an option. They have to call that.
First and goal coming up. And New Prairie couldn't connect at a chance to take a 2-score lead in the first half. Can they do it here?
She got somebody wide open.
Harris, incomplete.
The pass was late, Grant, because she was wide open for a while. Didn't see her till her second look.
We're lucky enough to have this coach's angle view up here from the press box.
That's a good seat.
We can see everything in the field.
I like this seat a lot. With thousands of our closest friends.
Second down, Harris just waiting. Fires, caught, 6 points. Touchdown toss to Brooklyn Shepard. And there is that first 2-score lead of the game.
Well, the difference right now for me is New Prairie has elected to rush the quarterback. Warren Central has elected to cover. And she's just standing back there dissecting, just waiting for somebody to get a little space and throws them a strike. So there's your differences in defensive strategy.
First time I see a team go for 2 here.
Sure is.
So you back it up 10 yards and try to go for 2. And tapped down.
Got it! Oh, got it.
Incomplete.
Oh,
no.
did they say touch the ground?
Incomplete. Came off the ground.
Okay.
Two of the 5 officials said, nope, that was off the turf.
We'll go with them. It looked like it went through about 3 different hands, and she ended up with it, but must have touched the turf. That good effort regardless.
The Colts youth and high school football grants, an opportunity for all flag and tackle programs throughout Indiana. Teams and programs can request up to $2,500 for equipment upgrades, facility upgrades, and other administrative costs. Applications will open in March, so tune in to Colts.com/football grants to learn more.
Yeah, you seen the ball hit the turf there right at the end.
Here's the running game for Warren Central. Still going. Flag gets pulled at the midfield stripe. But that is what Warren needs to do, and we had a flag pulled and a shoe pulled as well.
Wow. I'd like to see her in the open field, right? She was flying.
And Benson, the star running back.
Looks like the last leg of the 800-meter relay right here.
Well, you identified one of her sports properly, buddy. She is a track athlete at Warren. Quarterback keep to get the first down. Did she get there? It's going to be just shy, looks like. Second down. Benson was also a state wrestling qualifier at Warren Central. Number 5 in her weight class. A couple of even Warren Central cheerleaders are playing on the flag football team here, Jan.
I did not know that.
Second and short. Handoff. First down.
Boy, Greg, you kind of feel like Warren Central has got to come away with something here, don't you? That clock's moving quickly. They got to get one and come back and get another one. Get a stop and get another one.
On the toss in the flat. Catch made, and again, if there is a Cougar in the vicinity, flag gets snatched. Second down.
I think Warren's got to have a little bit of sense of urgency here. Get going.
Got to keep this within striking distance. And they're going with a short passing game. Flag comes in late. Warren player runs out of bounds. But let's see what the flag is going to be. This is maybe a formational call here. Without the flag, it's third down. Legal formation against the offense. So wipe away the gain. Second half is underway now in Lawrence, North and Munster. LN leading 26-12. The Mustangs have the ball and in the vicinity of the end zone. And Penn beat Terre Haute South. Snyder beat Harrison. Those two teams will play at 4 o'clock in the semifinals.
Warren, you got to get going here. That clock is just flying.
Not your friend right now.
No,
either.
it is not.
Here comes pressure. Throw, and nearly the third pick of the half by New Prairie. Haley Feuda was the player in coverage. And again, down 2 scores. I'm not sure you can. They're going to reset. Looks like it. They're going to give possession. So they will trade the football for field possession, but field position, I should say. But now if you're New Prairie, a chance to blow this open with a 3-score lead.
Well, it's an interesting call by Warren Central. Once again, like we've seen in game 1, Greg, New Prairie's not going to be in any hurry.
Toss back to Harris to throw it. Out in the flat and just a bit too strong.
Well, she was wide open, too. Brooklyn Shepard, the intended receiver.
That was Shepard with the potential target. Everybody gets a break after this game. Semifinals are at 4 o'clock. Championship game's a quick turn at 6, but this is the way the sectionals were contested at most locations as well. On the handoff, it's Luther. Luther, flag is pulled. But that should be good enough for a first down. Chains will move, and that clock will keep moving until we get to the 2-minute warning at the end of this one. Again, it's Luther. Flag is pulled immediately. And again, we're learning this just as the ladies that are playing are learning it. The coaches are learning it. But again, 25-13 is not exactly low scoring, but you're not seeing those substantial scores during the regular season as the talent level increases opposite defenses kind of pick up here.
Yeah. You can certainly see when you get up to where teams have more athleticism to recover. It makes a difference.
Harris on the toss. Catch is made. Flag is pulled, but contact is made at the end of the play, and that should be a penalty and enough for a first down. So it's a good catch, but they'll tack on yardage, and first down coming up here.
As long as New Prairie can just hang on to the ball and just continue to move, there's not going to be a lot of time left for Warren to get a couple scores. Now they just one away.
Now you're in 4-minute offense time here, and
now what do we got?
I think we have a formation problem.
Yeah, the person on the right's foot is in front of the ball. There you go.
So a 5-yard penalty will remain first down.
Yep.
That was spotted immediately by our near side line judge. 5-man officiating crew working today's game. Harris wants to throw the deep ball and
dropped. She had it. She had it, dropped it.
That was Bailey Fuda. Had to wait on that ball for a little bit.
Yeah, and you see that sometimes when a receiver has to wait on the ball. Sometimes a little more difficult to not be watching or get your attention deflected somewhere else. You take your eyes off the ball, and that's kind of what happens.
By the way, other game taking place. Munster leads Lawrence North 26-18 in the second half. On the handoff. Good gain here for New Prairie. Still going. Flag finally pulled, but again, there's going to be some contact there that will tack on some additional yards. And that combination of rushing play and hold against Warren Central will lead to a New Prairie first down.
That's one of New Prairie's bigger running possessions of this ball game.
That's Fuda.
I think that's what they got right there when a little grab of the arm or incidental or intentional, doesn't matter, just too much contact.
Little double reverse here to get Luther the ball, and Luther, touchdown.
Little razzle dazzle, Greg. I like this play. I like this play a lot. And I like it obviously because it worked for them, but it was the right play at the right time. You know, those types of plays sometimes absolutely go nowhere, or sometimes they just made it the right time to get people in the right position to score.
New Prairie going to go.
There you see the pitch, then the reverse. And that opened up because that it got all the defenders moved over. It gives some real estate open.
Cougars going to go for one here. By the way, the 31 points, the most that any team has scored in our quarterfinal games. With 7 minutes and change left to go. Harris looking back corner of the end zone.
He's wide open.
Only problem is, it's not the Canadian end zone. Not that much room at the back of it.
Was she out of the end zone?
She was kind of in the 6-yard box of the soccer field. She was, yes, out of the back of the end zone.
Yes.
There's a lot of lines here.
I did not see where the pylon was. Now I get it. Why she was out? Yeah, Canadians, they get like 2 end zones.
They're actually going to shrink the field in future years in Canadian football.
Oh, they should. Even I could score with
I love the quirkiness of that game.
It is different.
We'll blow the whistle dead here to I think we'll put a little more time back on the clock, I think, here. Hence the reason momentary delay. It's funny when you mention Canadian football and being here, I'll see CFL scouts at Colts training camp every year for those guys on the back end of the roster that aren't going to make an NFL team. I'll see a Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Saskatchewan Rough Riders coach here every year doing some scouting. And I see him right here at Grand Park. So the reason we stopped is that the extra point was given as good on the scoreboard, which is what you read here. Now that has been changed. Again, the double handoff. Flag is grabbed. Abby Humes snags it. Warren's got to score every time they touch it from now on, and frankly, they got to pick up the pace a little bit too.
They have to pick up the pace a lot.
Lawrence North now leads Munster 34-18. And that will be a flag against New Prairie. Shepard able to grab the flag, but
she took a shot too.
I think they're going to say the contact was initiated by Warren Central.
And, I kind of thought that may be the case. Let's take a look. It was close. Oh, yeah, no, that's the right call. Kind of used her shoulder a little bit to initiate the call. You can't argue that. Replay clearly showed a good replay.
Frankly, not much argument from Warren Central's side on that either.
In fact, she's rubbing her shoulder now, kind of wishing that didn't happen.
Throwing it up top, and incomplete pass. Almost had a 4-car pileup at the end of that play. And it's 3rd down. And as it stands now, Lawrence North and New Prairie will face off in the semifinal on this field. Kurt Darling and Dale Carlson will have that one for you. Formation penalty, false start. Might have been a snap infraction, I think, that time on Warren. Now, half number 2 has belonged to New Prairie, Jan. They have outscored Warren 18-0. Warren led this game 13-6. New Prairie scored on the last play of the half, and unfortunately, Warren, a couple of running plays, but just not much traction in half number 2.
The offense really, for Warren, never got engaged here in half number 2.
That's interception, and that will be a touchdown. Return for a touchdown. Emma Deutscher, 6 interceptions on the season coming in. And New Prairie sprinting off the field knowing they've got more business to do coming up later this afternoon.
Well, she reads this perfectly. Just sitting back in her zone coverage. She's basically just daring the quarterback to get it over the top of her, and it did not happen.
New Prairie lost to Penn.
Not that smile, Greg. That smile's worth some points.
That is Coach Toole, who has been part of a softball state championship at New Prairie. Wants another blue ribbon. Very confident in her team. And this one tipped away. She said that Penn loss lit a fire under her team. And they would love to get back to Penn. They both would have to win the semifinals to get there. And obviously, those are the two teams that we have seen. They have both been very impressive. Well, let's make sure we mention this for Warren Central. Jan has mentioned the fact that he and I had the honor of bumping over to the IHSAA table for our next game at 1:30. Well, Warren Central is playing in that game too. their unified flag football team playing for a state championship for the first time. They'll take on DeKalb, who has been here multiple times.
Yeah, they were here last year.
A one-time winner. Coverage of that begins about 1:20 over on the IHSAA Champions Network. Quarterback change now for Warren Central. This one thrown up, catch is made, flag is pulled. Well, if we get to the point of coaching clinics and things like that for this sport, which I'm frankly sure we're already there, I'd like to have Sean and Matt teach flag pulling because their kids don't miss.
You chuckle about it, but there is an art to it. There really is.
Quick hands, incomplete pass, and more likely that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. Again, this was a competitive game until it wasn't. 37-13, New Prairie leads it. 2-minute warning time here at Grand Park. We'll step aside. Back to wrap it up next. You're watching the inaugural Indiana Girls Flag Football State Championship Games. You're doing so on Colts.com.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10-5, touchdown. We say this out. Rainbow down the right sideline. Underneath it is Allen Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown. I-N-D-Y.
So the 2-minute warning has come and gone. Greg Rakestraw, Jan Bozier with you. Kelsey Casper and Jared Thomas will have the call of another semifinal. They'll have the game that'll feature Penn and Snyder. They'll also have the championship game. Again, semis at 4, championship game at 6. Available same place you're watching this one via Colts.com. On the pass, and already New Prairie with 3 picks in the half. And Warren will finish their season 4-7, but when they tell the tale of their season, I'm not telling it like that. I'm simply saying we were a state quarterfinalist.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you learned from this. You had a lot of fun. Next year, now everybody's going to be talking about this game for Warren.
Only 4 seniors on their roster. Catch made in the flat. Good run going here. Flag is pulled. New Prairie does have some of their 2s in the game defensively. And again, when you're knowing you've got to play at least twice, if not 3 times, you're starting to figure out ways to conserve a little energy.
Well, I talked about this at the beginning, that it's a game where it never stops moving. I mean, these girls literally never stop moving. So to play 2 or 3 in a row, you're going to be exhausted.
Blitz coming. On the toss, catch is made. Flag is pulled. Isla Wood, a freshman, stops the play, but that should be enough for a Warren Central first down. Again, clock stops here until the chains move, and then once the chains are set, then we hit the reset button. Catch made. Tackle made. Wood with the grab.
Yeah, regardless, Warren would love to put another score on the board here to end this season.
Both of the 2 late games here have largely been decided. LN leads Munster now 40-18. So New Prairie and Lawrence North will play on this field at 4 o'clock. On the throw. Catch is made. Flag is pulled. Again, that should be enough for a first down. And once the chain is set, we'll roll the clock again. And as you talked about, Jan, Warren just wants to get one more score, make sure they end the season on a high note.
This is a big-time event, but they also, they're taking this serious. They want to get better for next year.
Toss play. Tackle made immediately. That was Olivia Surratt that makes the play. Could be the final snap for Warren. Have to be conscientious of time here. for the jump ball in the end zone. Catch made, but the flag is pulled shy of the end zone.
It's going to do it, Greg.
Clock is rolling, and Warren will not get set in time. New Prairie is on to the state semifinals. They pitch a shutout in half number 2, beating Warren Central 37-13. Take a quick timeout, come back and wrap it up next. As you're watching the inaugural Girls Flag Football State Championship games on Colts.com.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street, American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Back to wrap up our morning session of games here at Grand Park. Greg Rakestraw, Jan Bozier with you. New Prairie, a dominant second half. They win going away. They score the last 31 points of the contest. New Prairie 37, Warren Central 13. Jan, final thoughts on this one?
You know, I thoroughly enjoyed both games. This one was a little bit different type of game. Warren's defense really, I thought, played really well in the end of that first half. But in the second half, I thought New Prairie's offense really kind of got going, opened up. And to your point, you made it over and over. It's so true. You get a 2-3 score lead, it's very difficult to come back. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought all the teams here in the morning session, I thought really represented their schools for this really fine event.
Again, New Prairie, the same stream you're on right now is the one that you will be watching at 4 o'clock Eastern time when New Prairie takes on, again, likely Lawrence North. Again, as that game is wrapping up as we speak, Warren Central season comes to an end at 4-7. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you at 4 o'clock. You've been watching the Girls Flag Football State Championship games on Colts.com. You're looking live at Grand Park here in Westfield. It is the site of a brand new event that is emerging, to say the least. And of course, emerging is the word of the day for this particular sport, as ISC Sports Network brings you live coverage of the Indianapolis Colts Girls Flag Football State Championships, powered by Gatorade. Alongside Dale Carlson, I'm Kurt Darling, as we bring you the first of two semifinals here this afternoon, as the Lawrence North Wildcats get set to take on the Cougars of New Prairie. Well, as high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit colts.com/girlsflag. Dale Carlson, a pleasure to be back with you here once again as we try something new between you and I, as girls flag football, an emerging sport here, as we look to crown a state championship later this evening.
You know what's incredible, Kurt, is the Colts started this flag football league back in 2023 with 8 teams. In 24, they were able to take it up to 27 or 28, and they've now got 78 high schools playing football in this emerging sport. They only need 22 more teams to have 100, which means then it would be a sanctioned IHSAA sport for girls flag football. What tremendous growth this sport's seen in just a short 3-year period.
And of course, tremendous growth among these two particular programs in front of us here in game number 1 of the semifinals, before later on this afternoon and evening you will be able to watch the state final right here on the ISC Sports Network. But to that end, you see the New Prairie Cougars under, of course, the tutelage of Shauna and Matt Toole. They are 10-1 coming into this ball game, with their only loss against Penn, which of course is in the other semifinal across the way.
Yeah, you know, New Prairie can't get too far ahead of themselves. I'm sure they'd like to have a chance to get to that championship game and play Penn if they can, but they've got to take care of business here first. And they're a first-year program. First year, 10-1, and they're in the state semifinals.
Meanwhile, you have the Lawrence North Wildcats on the other side of the coin under the tutelage of Donnie Mims. Their record 9-1. Their only loss to North Central, who had a shot at making it to these state championships here just last week, but they lost to Lawrence North, and so now they get back again here, and still, nevertheless, it's going to be a heck of a matchup, and you see a lot of talent here for the Lawrence North Wildcats.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a lot of speed. And obviously they're in their second year of girls flag football, so they're a little bit more experienced. But I think we're going to see two really, really good football teams out here today. And, you know, the interesting thing is, Kurt, and I think people think if you play flag football, you think about the ball being thrown in offense. But these two teams are great on defense. New Prairie averaged giving up 7 points a game up until the semifinal this week. And through the sectionals, Lawrence North, has only given up 10 points a game through the sectionals. So, you know, what's going to give here? Is it going to be the offense? Is it going to be the defense? I guess we're going to find out here in about a minute and a half when we get to the opening play.
You certainly talk about that creativity, but to that end, you, of course, having a background in traditional football, what are some of the things that you really hone in on when you're talking about putting together an X's and O's standpoint here for flag football?
Well, you know, of course, obviously you're not tackling anybody, so it's about pass routes, it's about spacing, it's about throwing the ball, but you can't discount the running game either. Both teams have the ability to run the football, and I think we're going to see, you know, a pretty good mix of that on both sides. I would say, you know, one of the most technical things that you have to teach, and you think about, well, we got to teach how to drop and catch and throw and all that stuff, but I think watch how they attack the flags. If you've never played flag football and you've never tried to pull one of those flags, it's not easy. And New Prairie does an excellent job of pulling the flag.
An excellent crowd on hand here inside the indoor facility here at this beautiful park at Grand Park here in Westfield. Well, the Colts football development team helps recognize, educate, and develop the youth and high school football environment throughout all of Indiana. To learn more about football development opportunities and events, visit colts.com/football development. Let's take a look at the game itself of flag football in particular here, Coach. You certainly have a whole different set of rules as opposed to traditional football, starting with the field itself. It is 20 yards shorter than a traditional football field.
Yeah, it's 20 yards shorter, and if you get a chance to look on the screen, you're going to see cones across the field, and that's where the first down markers are. It's not a typical get 10 yards to get a first down. They have zones that you go through to get a first down and eventually a first and goal, which opens up the offense a little bit more, makes it more challenging, but also forces you to have to play some defense and keep those teams from getting in the zone.
So again, you have those 4 different zones that represent the first down that you have to get to keep your drive alive. Also, there is no punting. There is no kicking of any kind here in flag football. If a drive ends for a particular team, they have the option to either go for it or give the ball back to the other team at their own 14-yard line.
Right. No special teams at all, and even the conversions, depending on where you spot the ball, is how many points you're going to get for the conversions, kind of like the UFL does in the spring. But I think what you're going to see, though, Kurt, is you're still going to see pass routes. You're going to see the ball being thrown. You're going to see good defensive technique in terms of coverage and running. And as I said before, you can't tackle, you can't hit. Watch who can really grab those flags. That's going to be a key, I think, to whoever wins this semifinal game.
So we are set to go here in this semifinal matchup here at the Indianapolis Colts Flag Football State Championships, fueled by Gatorade. It will be Lawrence North who has first crack at scoring as they won the toss. New Prairie won the toss, but they deferred to the second half. So Lawrence North will get first crack at it. So here is the snap as Heaven Beard, the freshman quarterback, will just go ahead on the keeper, and she has a nice gain out across midfield before she is finally brought down midfield, and a really good opening drive here for Lawrence North here on this one. And again, I have to adjust my own verbiage because it's not tackling per se, but nevertheless her flag pulled right here at midfield.
And you watched a great technique about pulling the flag right there to stop the run, but you had a blitz right there from New Prairie, and Heaven Beard was able to read the blitz. She saw an opening, she took off, and I think that's the thing that Lawrence North really has going for them, is they've got some players that can really run.
So it is a first down here for Lawrence North. Beard takes the snap. She's going to hand the ball off to her running back this time. That is Ava Gindhart. And she has a short gain here. It'll bring up second down, getting into plus territory.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for a TFL, a tackle for loss. Unfortunately, New Prairie wasn't able to make that play. And the other thing you notice, too, is when they grab the flag, they hold the flag up so there's no indecision on the officials' part that they actually had the flag and that the play should be dead.
And as you can see, players have to stand 5 yards off the football here before they can get the rush in, which New Prairie certainly does. Beard is going to drop it off this time to her intended target. That is Jocelyn Ample, and she is close to a first down here before her flag is pulled.
Yeah, really good pass route by Jocelyn Ample. Did a nice job seeing the defender going deep. Broke the route off right here. You're going to see that. Beard does a good job scrambling out, stays composed with 2 rushers in her face, and it's another nice play for Lawrence North.
So it is now third down and short for the Wildcats as Beard stands back in the pocket. Now she feels the pressure. She's going to try and evade it. She gets the first down and a little bit more into plus territory, diving towards the end zone, but her flag was pulled about 5 yards shy of the goal line, so it'll be first down and goal to go here for Lawrence North.
Heaven Beard has thrown 32 touchdown passes on the season, but she also has 4 rushing touchdowns. And you can see the plan has been, if there's nobody downfield, since New Prairie's committed to the blitz and they're rushing, Beard's just going to take off and use her athleticism to make some big plays, which she did this is the second or third big run she's had on this drive.
So Heaven Beard has been the catalyst on offense as she stands in a different formation now. Standing, and she checks it down to her intended target, Jada Wheat. And she's able to get maybe a minimal gain on the play. It'll be second down.
Yeah, you can see that there was a kind of a bunch formation. They had all the players instead of spreading the field that time. They were all bunched together to try and get some natural rubs. We don't want to say picks, but natural rubs, natural movement to try and get somebody open. They didn't have anybody down the field, so Beard just checked it down. But again, New Prairie is so good with grabbing those flags. They're really making Lawrence North work here for this touchdown.
So this is Lawrence North's goal line set as the handoff goes to Wheat. And before she can get into the end zone, her flag is pulled once again. New Prairie doing an excellent job here on the goal line.
Yeah, an excellent job again with that bunch set. You know, instead of throwing the football, they tried to run a little bit of an end-around type play with all the defense all bunched together. New Prairie did a great job. We say setting the edge, meaning we didn't let the ball carrier get outside, forced her to go up inside. She was able to make the grab on the flag and set up a third down.
Either way, it's do or die here for Lawrence North. It is 3rd down and goal. And now they spread things out. Beard tries to take it herself, gets into the end zone, and that will be the opening touchdown here for the Wildcats.
Yeah, just really great athleticism. There are 2 New Prairie players right there with an opportunity to grab the flags, and Beard was able to just kind of turn, make herself a little skinny, we say, through that little opening, and able to get the first touchdown on the board in this semifinal game.
You tried to see that grab there from Shea Manley of the Cougars, but couldn't quite get her hand on the flag. And by the way, a touchdown is worth 6 points. There's no PATs, or rather there is, I should say, as now you line up for the extra point. Here is Beard trying to evade the pressure, does an excellent job, throws into the end zone wide open, and the extra point is good here for Kenira Ridley.
Yeah, it's lost, New Prairie lost the coverage there a little bit. You know, it's tough when the quarterback starts to scramble around. It's just like the outdoor game. You've got to be very disciplined on defense, either staying in your zone or staying in your man-to-man defense. And unfortunately, right here for New Prairie, somebody let a receiver go, and it was an easy 2-point conversion for Lawrence North.
Taking the option to go for the 2 points right here. It is 8-0 in favor of Lawrence North. Now we see New Prairie getting their first crack on the offensive end, led by Ellie Harris at quarterback, the senior. Harris going to have to evade the pressure, and she just throws it into the dirt right there as she tried to get it into the hands of Trinity Waltman, and it falls incomplete.
Yeah, it looked like New Prairie's trying to run a little over-under concept, but with the blitz coming and forcing the quarterback to roll out, the only choice was to just dump it off in the ground. There was nobody open.
New Prairie averaging 37 points per game this season here on offense as they go with the running play. This time it is Addie Luther, who can't quite turn it upfield, but she's able to get at least a minimal gain. And that will bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, Paris Page for Lawrence North did a great job. Again, we talked about grabbing that flag, had their hand high up on the flag and really pulled and was able to turn what looked like might be a big play into just a short game.
Going with the side snap here are the Cougars with Envy Hesh,
the
one
got
doing that.
Snap infraction right there on the center. She moved the ball a little bit and then didn't follow through with the snap.
So the penalty will back things up here just a little bit for New Prairie.
The other thing I forgot to mention too, Kurt, is on the clock. It's a running clock up until the 2-minute warning. We have a running clock unless, of course, there's a timeout called.
Absolutely. So here is the snap again. This time it is clean and a little flea flicker action, but it goes nowhere as the check down goes ahead that time, and nothing doing there for the Cougars as Addie Luther was on the reception.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that, of course, again, we had the rush coming in that I think kind of affected a quick throw. They would have liked to have had that throw down the field a little bit. Unfortunately, weren't able to get it, and Lawrence North was able to get a stop.
So that is a 3-and-out for New Prairie, and as mentioned, no punts, so New Prairie has opted to give the ball up, and they will give it back to Lawrence North at their own 14-yard line.
Yeah, we talked at the top, Kurt, about defense, and Lawrence North certainly showed their defensive prowess here in this first possession for New Prairie. Why they only gave up 10 points through the playoffs so far. This is, I hate to say big possession, but New Prairie, as good as defensively as they've been, they need to get a stop here. They can't let Lawrence North get up on them by 2 scores.
Of course, the defense anchored by Sydney Harper, who so far has accrued 50 sacks this season. Here is Heaven Beard, who has done an excellent job. She checks it down to her running back in Jada Wheat, and that's a quick tackle there made by Emma Deutscher here for New Prairie.
Yeah, again, just a little toss play out on the outside, and New Prairie is playing kind of a zone type of concept. They're trying to keep everything up inside of them, including the running game, and we're able to make that nice tackle for a little gain here on the first down play.
2nd down coming up for Lawrence North, coming out of the Metropolitan Interscholastic Conference, of course, as Beard stands alone in the backfield. Play action as she tries to evade the rush. She's going to keep it herself, and the tackle made that time by Trinity Waltman here stops the play here for Lawrence North.
Yeah, Shane Manley for New Prairie did a really nice job. She didn't bite on that play fake, and she was able to stay in pursuit of the quarterback right here and forced the check down right there. And again, little no gain there on third down. Oh, they did get the first down.
It is good for a first down, as of course you start behind that previous zone, so that refreshes the downs. But now you have to get to midfield, which is a little bit more of a tall task at this point. Evan Beard evades the rush, gets it down to her intended target that time, and I believe that was Priya Mims on the reception, but it goes for a minimal gain.
Well, you saw, again, great defense by New Prairie. If you were able to look at the wide view that we can from standing up here, you're going to see everybody covered, forcing the check down right there. And again, you can see how New Prairie had the receiver bracketed and was able to just make the pull flag there for a short gain.
Second down and long, as Heaven Beard again has three bunched wide receivers to her right. Beard again feeling the pressure. She's going to go on the keeper. And an excellent tackle made there by Emma Deutscher once again. That's her second of the ball game. And another minimal gain here left here by New Prairie.
Yeah, that could have been a big play by Heaven Beard. And Deutscher was able again to make that flag pull and hold her to a minimal gain. Again, that's that idea of keeping everything boxed in and not trying to let those offensive players get out to the perimeter and get out into the open field.
Third down, about 12 yards to get to midfield. Beard taking her time here as she tries to evade the rush, and she's going to go with the keeper, and that is another defensive stand by New Prairie, as coming in on that tackle once again is Trinity Waltman.
Yeah, just a great play by Waltman. I mean, Beard again looked like she had all sorts of room, not only to get the first down, but to get to make a big play here. And you watch Waltman come right in, great angle, right at the flag. And again, if you saw, her hand was up high on the flag. She wasn't trying to pull at the bottom. She's trying to get up as high as she could on the flag to pull it out.
But an interesting decision here, Dale. It is fourth down, and Lawrence North is going to go for it. Beard tries to meander her way forward, and it is a turnover on downs forced by the New Prairie defense.
Yeah, Shea Manley did a really nice job coming back to make the flag pull, the tackle on Beard, and now New Prairie's got great field position to potentially get their first score of the game.
By the way, that is a new thing to point out as well. If it's a turnover on downs, it's not a takeover at the 14 point like it is for a punt. You spot the ball where it is turned over, and so as you mentioned here, Dale, excellent field position for the Cougars. First down in plus territory now for New Prairie. And a little bit of that option play this time as Bailey Fuda has some excellent running room, and she's able to get forward for about maybe a 6-yard gain, and she gets closer here to make it second down at about 10 yards.
Yeah, it looks like Lawrence North is trying to play, some sort of man-to-man coverage. So with all that action in the backfield, just trying to confuse the defenders for Lawrence North, and looked like New Prairie was going to have a chance at a really big play right here. But again, great pull on the flag and held to a 6-yard gain.
It's second down as Harris rolls to her right, over the middle and right down through the needle and into the end zone. Not quite a touchdown, but nevertheless an excellent grab that time by Trinity Waltman.
Oh, Trinity Waltman, again, you talk about football, right? Ran a post route, or we call it glance route, a 5-step post route, but she high-pointed the ball, took it at its highest point, pulled it down. Just an excellent, excellent catch. Watch your hands go right up. Catch it at the top, not try to catch it with her body. Had a chance to score. Let's see if New Prairie can put it in.
It is another goal-to-go situation as that pass is batted down by the Lawrence North defense, and I believe on the coverage was Paris Page.
Yeah, that was just an excellent play by, I think you're right, Paris Page. She made a great break on that ball. It looked like New Prairie was going to have an easy touchdown throw, and Page came out of nowhere and was able to bat it away.
Either way, New Prairie has a chance to keep pace right now as we tick inside 11 minutes left to play in the first half. Harris stands in the pocket, goes the opposite direction, and some tight coverage that time again by Lawrence North, as that was Ayanna Clancy, who just got a finger on that ball to make it tough to catch there.
Yeah, I tried to take the center in flag football is eligible, so I tried to sneak the center right across on a corner route. You can see it right there, and unfortunately just wasn't able to bring it in. Here's the coach in me. Get the hands the other way with the thumbs together. You got a chance to catch that.
Envy Hesh, the intended target. It is 3rd down. Going on the ground this time is New Prairie, and the tackle in the backfield made by Sydney Harper. Again, Harper has been a dynamo on defense this season for the Wildcats.
Right, Sydney had 15 tackles for loss going into this game, and I for sure was a TFL. She may have had one earlier, but did a great job trying to read that misdirection.
Well, this is 4-down territory if you're New Prairie. And a flag on the play. It looks like we may have another. No, it's an offside call. And it's going to be against Lawrence North.
Well, it looks like Lawrence North was trying to get adjusted with that bunch formation and get their players up in the right spot. A lot of times what you do with that bunch is you want different players trying to take somebody deep, sideline, shallow, and it looks like they just lined up over the neutral zone and unfortunately gave New Prairie another crack at it.
Again, you have to line up a little bit back off the line of scrimmage. As Hesh snaps the ball here to Harris, and going towards the end zone and caught for that same exact play as last time here, Dale. Touchdown to Envy Hesh, and now New Prairie has a chance to tie this ball game up.
Yeah, again, they had all the receivers over to the right except for one, and just ran a little corner and under concept right here to the center. And again, the center's eligible to go out. Nobody covered her, and there we go. Nice pitch and catch for a touchdown. Again, great job putting the arms out, extending, pulling the football in for 6 points.
And as you might expect, New Prairie is going to opt to go for 2 here to knot this game up at 8 points apiece. They bring in a different set now, as this is Ava McLeod lining up at the quarterback spot. She unloads into the end zone, again trying to get it to Hesh, but it hits the turf and it's incomplete. So Lawrence North maintains the lead at the moment, but New Prairie at least gets it a little bit closer.
Yeah, so we saw again defense by New Prairie, which has been their calling card all year, and they were able to get that big stop and then convert it down into touchdown. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the 2-point conversion, but they put themselves in position, with this football game, especially again with the running clock. They couldn't let Lawrence North get up by 2 scores.
So Lawrence North has a chance to extend their lead now as we tick at the 8-minute mark. Beard feeling the pressure now. Rolls outside, can't quite get brought down. Flag on the play. And Emma Deutscher came away with the tackle, but we'll check the penalty here.
I think we're going to have...
Oh, and it's going to be a flag violation. Remember, you cannot keep a player from trying to pull your flag off, so it looks like the official may have caught a little bit of hand action there.
Yes,
by Beard.
You're allowed to twist, you're allowed to turn, but you can't use your other hand to push the defender's hand away from the flag. And so, again, good call by the officials. They were right on top of that one.
So they'll walk off the penalty yardage here. Again, clock continues to roll, as this will make it a little bit tougher now for Lawrence North.
I thought they might have got New Prairie for a little contact right there, but I guess it was the push that he saw first that he called. That's why the New Prairie defender went to the ground.
So this will make things tougher now for Lawrence North, as they'll be backed up deep within their own territory. They're going to spot the ball here at about the 5-yard line as they keep things rolling. So everything's been adjudicated. We play on. Beard standing in her own end zone. Checks it down to Wheat. And that's a quick tackle made here by the New Prairie defense.
With that long yardage situation right there, I mean, this was a very classic outdoor defense by New Prairie. A cover 2 deep safeties, corners pressed up, keep everything in front of them, and they were able to do that on that second down play, turning it into 3rd down.
Emma Deutscher again with another tackle. She has been all over the field here on the defensive side of the football here for the Cougars. It is 3rd down. Beard evades the pressure, coming in for the tackle. Nothing doing there before she finally steps out of bounds. And that was a big gain right there. In fact, it is going to be enough for a 1st down.
And New Prairie had a couple of opportunities to grab the flag and hold hold Heaven Beard from getting the first down, and unfortunately they just weren't able to come up with the flag here. You can see there's one miss, two, and Beard was able to stay in bounds and get the first down.
So keeping things rolling here are the Wildcats. Beard goes over the middle, has Wheat in a lot of traffic. She evades the pressure, gets away, and she's going to break free and take it to the house. Touchdown Wildcats on a beautiful passing catch over the middle from Beard.
Yeah, you've seen New Prairie play the zone coverage and try and keep everybody in front of them. And so instead of trying to just run people down the field, this time Lawrence North tried to run some receiver right up inside where all those defenders are widening up, and then the athleticism for Wheat, and big play, another score.
Jada Wheat, only a sophomore, coming away with an athletic play right there in the middle, as Lawrence North will once again opt to go here for 2 points. Beard has plenty of time to throw here as she observes the end zone, checks it down, and gets it to Wheat again, and it is good for another conversion.
Yeah, Wheat's definitely been a big play receiver for Lawrence North all season, and that was, again, a really nice job of just going up, getting the hands up, we say high point the ball, catch it at its highest point, pull it in for the 2-point conversion. And, you know, with, again, the running clock, we're down to almost 4 minutes here. It's 16-6. You know, you hate to say these are critical possessions, but they are. I mean, New Prairie's got to keep matching some scores here. Otherwise, they could potentially, get run out of the building today.
We will stop for a 2-minute warning unless someone calls a timeout as well. Here is Harris. She evades the pressure. She's going to go on the keeper as nobody was open, and she looks like was able to just get across that initial line, and she gets the first down.
Yeah, it's good. New Prairie needed to get a first down here on this first possession, try and open up the playbook here for them a little bit and give them some opportunities to move the ball down the field.
1 minute and 30 seconds remain before we hit the 2-minute warning. On the handoff this time to Bailey Fuda. She has a lot of speed as she tries to turn the corner, and that'll be a decent gain as it gets it closer to make it second down and call it about 15, make it 14 yards here to get to midfield.
Yeah, Lanaya Gaines, though, it looked like that there's going to be a big play for New Prairie, but Lanaya Gaines really turned on the Jets and was able to get that flagpole and keep that from becoming a big play.
Ellie Harris with a few options spread now to her right. Harris not feeling any pressure here from Lawrence North. She's going to unload it here to the near side, and that goes through the hands of Bailey Fuda, and it will fall incomplete.
You know, with the man coverage that Lawrence North is playing right here, you can see right there New Prairie was trying to run some crossing routes to try and get those natural rubs, and I want to say picks, but natural rubs to try and lose defenders, and they actually had an opportunity right there, just couldn't make the connection.
30 seconds before the 2-minute warning. Again, New Prairie averaging 37 points per game, but their offense has been mostly held in check through this first half. Here is Harris. Gets away from the pressure, turns it upfield, and will have her flag pulled right at about the 30-yard line here. It'll be 3rd down and 10 to get to midfield.
Yeah, this is an important play. I'm sure they're going to let the clock run down to the 2-minute warning here so that they can talk over what their strategy is going to be here. This is a big 3rd down for New Prairie.
2-minute warning. We take a timeout with them. Back in a moment here on the ISC Sports Network.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
Give me 3. Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as flags involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
We're calling all 5 to 14-year-olds. Colts Flag Football Leagues presented by Peyton Manning Children's Hospital offers an accessible and developmental opportunity for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana, visit colts.com/flag to join a league near you. Alongside Dale Carlson, I'm Kurt Darling here. You're watching the Indianapolis Colts Girls Flag Football State Championships, fueled by Gatorade. Dale, this has been entertaining to say the least here through this first half here as we continue to roll things on here and as we get closer to halftime.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen some very, very good athletes out there playing football right now, and the game is close. Although, now New Prairie elected to not go for that fourth down play, and they're elected to give the ball back here to Lawrence North, give them the full field to go. We do have 2 minutes, even though the clock's showing 1:32. There should be 2 minutes left to go, trying to get the clock squared away here. Kind of surprised that New Prairie maybe didn't try to get a first down right there, but I guess they want to rely their defense, averaging 7 points a game. They're going to rely on their defense here to try and get them to halftime.
So New Prairie opting to give the ball back to Lawrence North, which will be spotted at their 14-yard line. And if I'm not mistaken, here, Dale Carlson, they're trying to get the right amount of time put back on the clock. I believe they're going to keep it at 1:46 because they actually kept the progress of the game going beyond that, but they took the 2-minute timeout at that particular point. I believe that is what the White Hat is talking about here for the coaches on each sideline.
Yeah, he might be trying to communicate that to him, that the clock should have stopped at 1:46.
So when all is said and done, we have 1:46 left to play, and Lawrence North will have a chance to try and go the length of the field. New Prairie will start the second half with the football as they won the toss and deferred. Here is Heaven Beard. She gets away from the pass rush, over the middle, caught, and that is a big catch here by Kanaya Ridley. And that is good for a first down here for the Wildcats.
Now, Heaven Beard just shows how athletic she is as a quarterback standing back. They're able to make the defender miss and then find her receiver down the field for a first down.
It is first down here and less than 10 yards to get to midfield as Beard gets it downstairs, this time to Ridley. And that'll be a gain of about 5 yards to make it second down and short.
Again, with the zone coverage that New Prairie is playing, they're trying to force Beard to throw the ball short, which they did right there, and it was just a minimal gain.
Beard, again, feeling some pressure, and she puts that into the feet of her intended target. That was Abrielle Alexander, who, by the way, we haven't mentioned her name an awful lot. She's been a heck of a receiver for the Wildcats this season.
Yeah, she hadn't had a whole lot of chances here in this football game. That might have been her first target of the game. But now this is a big third down here. New Prairie needs a stop here, and obviously Lawrence North would like to get a first down and keep possession of the football.
Third down and a long 4 yards. Beard standing in the pocket, checks it down this time to Wheat, and she evades not one but nearly 2 tacklers. That's good for a first down for the Wildcats as Jada Wheat gets it into plus territory.
Yeah, just Jada Wheat again showed that ability to make the defenders miss that grab with the flag. I mean, we look here on the replay, just a short throw, exactly trying to take advantage of the coverage dropping off, and then Wheat just did a great job evading the pull of the flag to get a big first down.
Inside a minute to play here, though, so if the Wildcats want to get something extra on the board, they have to do it in a bit of a hurry. Beard lobs it over the middle, and it's caught, and it falls incomplete. It looks like Alexander could not quite keep possession of that one, and that'll be an incomplete pass.
Yeah, Lawrence North coaches are asking for an interference call, and they did not get it. It looked like it was a pretty good defensive play. Just came in from the side and was able to knock the football away right there. That wasn't pass interference at all.
That was just a right place, right time play there by Addie Luther to break the ball up out of the hands of Alexander. As it is now another down as Beard gets sacked in the backfield. A big defensive play that time by Shay Manley, who has been harassing Beard all game long, and she finally gets there.
Yeah, Shay Manley has been, kind of deked out a little bit a couple times by Beard on her stops and starts, but right here she does a nice job keeping Beard in front of her and then is able to get that flag pull for the sack, forcing Lawrence North to call a timeout.
Well, a timeout is called here, as you mentioned, by Lawrence North. As there you see Coach Matt Toole for New Prairie getting in there along with Shauna Toole, just keeping things controlled here for the New Prairie Cougars as they face another down here. Again, they have 2 more opportunities due the Lawrence North Wildcats here to get a first down and keep the drive alive.
Yeah, with 17 seconds to go, I think, with I believe at least 1 timeout, if not 2, Lawrence North could get a first down here, stop the clock with a timeout, and then take a shot at the end zone. I don't think they have to go to the end zone here, that they've got an opportunity for 2 plays with 17 seconds on the clock.
New Prairie getting through Hanover Central, Valparaiso, and LaPorte during the sectional round of the state tournament to get to this point. And hoping to get through Lawrence North to get to a state championship. So backing things up a bit, now it is 3rd down and long for the Wildcats. Beard feeling the pressure again, starts up field, and the flag torn off of her hip right at the 30-yard line that time by a nicely taken play from Abby Humes of New Prairie.
That was a designed quarterback run all the way for Lawrence North and for Beard. And again, we talked about it earlier. New Prairie does a great job with the flag pulls, and they certainly did there to force this 4th down. And Lawrence North calls their timeout to try to set up their last play.
So another timeout to stop the clock. They're going to put 7 seconds on the game clock, so Lawrence North will have 1 more opportunity. And instead, they're going to roll things off, and we are at halftime. We'll take a timeout with them back in a moment here on the ISC Sports Network.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
It's halftime here at Grand Park for the Indianapolis Colts Girls Flag Football State Championships, fueled by Gatorade. Alongside Dale Carlson, I'm Kurt Darling. 16-6 is your halftime score as Lawrence North leads New Prairie.
So far today, Kurt, if anybody had a chance to watch the quarterfinals, there was a lot of scoring in the games earlier today. And this game, as we talked about at the top, potentially could be a defensive struggle, and we've seen that now because both teams are very good defensively, and we've seen that here with the 16-6 score, with New Prairie, of course, getting the ball to start the second half. But so far, pretty good defense played by both teams.
Of course, Heaven Beard in particular, the freshman quarterback for Lawrence North, has been as good as advertised, throwing for 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, not only throwing for 2 touchdowns, but in that first drive, she got a lot of yards with her legs, setting up a touchdown throw, and of course having a couple of long throws in the game to Jada Wheat, who's really done a nice job catching and getting down the field and putting some points on the board.
And despite the 16 points put up by Lawrence North, the defense has been stingy from New Prairie.
Absolutely. I mean, they gave up a couple of big runs to Beard early and gave up the big pass play to Beard, but they've actually played well. They've gotten some stops, and so now their offense has got to pick it up here in the second half. They're not going to be able to, I don't think, win this game by only getting 1 score in the half. They've got to get the offense rolling.
They certainly do. We'll go ahead and take another timeout. When we come back, we will bring you the second half of this semifinal between New Prairie and Lawrence North. You're watching the Indianapolis Colts Girls Flag Football State Championships, fueled by Gatorade on ISC.
You guys know who 99 is for the Colts?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community, and just having those interactions with those kids, I mean, it could go a long way.
You want to tackle me? I might take all of you guys to try and take
Growing
me
up,
down.
we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, I mean, that's what Mr. Ursay is that, One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow. But that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
Back here at Grand Park, live coverage of the Indianapolis Colts Girls Flag Football State Championships fueled by Gatorade alongside Dale Carlson. I'm Kurt Darling. Some first half highlights here, of course. Heaven Beard evading a lot of pressure here from the new Prairie defense.
Yeah, Heaven Beard has really shown her athleticism. I mean, you think that she's only a freshman, and not only can she run and make defenders miss grabbing those flags, but she also has a really nice arm and can get the ball down the field. And, of course, there's one of her big throws there, I believe, for the 2-point conversion. Just done a really nice job offensively so far.
Still, though, New Prairie was able to get on the board, taking advantage of a 4th down and short from Lawrence North.
Yeah, and again, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, the center's eligible, and it almost looked like she got lost that time and was able to catch that corner route for a touchdown.
And Jada Wheat with a nifty play over the middle on the short throw from Beard takes it all the way to the house on this particular touchdown.
Yeah, again, just great athleticism by Jada Wheat, getting her hips turned, forcing the New Prairie defender not to be able to grab that flag, and looks like we're ready to go here for the second half, Kurt.
So that's the second touchdown there thrown to Jada Wheat by Beard, as we now have a fresh 24 minutes on the clock here in this second half to try and get somebody to the state championship round a little bit later on this evening. Again, the winner of this game will face either Penn or Snyder, both of whom, of course, had big games this morning. Snyder defeating Harrison of West Lafayette, and Penn defeating Terre Haute South in the quarterfinal round. So New Prairie will get the ball first here to start this second half as they won the toss and deferred to the second half. Ellie Harris trying to get away from the pressure that time, and she had nobody to throw it to. And so she's just going to take the sack here from the Lawrence North pass rush.
Yeah, Lawrence North, again, just they're playing, we call it man-free. They've got a free safety in the middle of the field. Everybody else is locked up man-to-man, and there's no place for New Prairie to go with the football there in that first down play.
Sydney Harper's second sack of the ball game. And here is a big run up the middle here and going to the outside that time by Addie Luther to get a decent amount of yardage before she has her flag pulled, and it looks like she is going to be about a yard shy of the first down.
Yeah, unfortunately, wasn't just able enough to turn the corner fast enough to get that first down yardage. Good job by the Lawrence North defense to be able over there and get that flag pulled.
So third down and a very short yard for New Prairie. Stacked box here as we get a double option look here. Fuda gets away from the tackler, at least initially, before the tackle is made there by Lanaya Gaines. But still, nevertheless, it is going to be a first down for New Prairie as she just got across the line to gain.
Oh, Lanaya Gaines really played that very, very well. If she doesn't make that flag pull, that play is gone down the sidelines.
Still, though, it is a fresh set of downs for the Cougars, but they have a long way to go, about 19 yards to get to midfield.
Snap infraction again, Kurt.
And another flag here is going to back things up. It's actually going to be an offside on Lawrence North.
Oh, wow. My eyes deceived me there, Kurt. I thought the center had moved the football a little bit there again.
Well, you saw the Wildcats showing a little bit of a blitz there on defense as they were getting the pressure ready to go, so that's a 5-yard penalty. And that makes things a little bit more manageable here for Ellie Harris. Harris coming out in the pistol. She gets it to her center. That is Envy Hesh. And that'll be a quick 5-yard gainer to make it second down and 10.
Yeah, again, good pressure by Lawrence North, forced to throw to the check down. Now that 5 yards, not a lot of yards, but again, because you have so far to go in flag, they need to get a few more chunk plays here.
Harris, play action, is going to try and dump it off. Gets away initially before finally she is brought down there by Sydney Harper. And that'll be no gain. That'll be an official sack here for Sydney Harper. That is number 3 on the game for her.
Yeah, Sydney Harper, again, we talked about it at the start of the game, had 50 sacks already for the regular season, 3 sacks so far today, and 1 or 2 tackles for loss on the run. Just, again, very good defense, again, by Lawrence North. They're really doing a good job locking down the receivers, not allowing anybody to get open.
Harris on 3rd down, gets the pressure again, and how about another one here for Sydney Harper?
Sydney Harper is just all over the field, and again, you can't say enough about what Lawrence North is doing and just locking down the receivers and not getting anybody open and giving New Prairie a chance to move the football. So now they've got to give it up and give Lawrence North the ball back.
So the coach's tool of New Prairie are opting to give the ball up, as here's another excellent defensive play made by Sydney Harper.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate with the way the coverage is, but Ellie Harris has no place to go with the football, and Sydney Harper, with her athleticism, is able to get another sack.
Lawrence North will take over here at their own 14, and it is 1st down, and only about a short 6 yards to get there. Again, we see Heaven Beard back in the backfield. She'll hand the ball off to Jada Wheat. She turns upfield and evades one tackler before another one comes in, and getting the grab that time is Abby Humes.
Yeah, again, the whole idea of what New Prairie is trying to do is to keep everything in front, not let anybody get out to the sidelines, and Abby Humes did a nice job forcing the ball carrier back inside, and then is able to make that grab with the flag.
Inside 20 minutes left to play here in this half. 10-point lead for Lawrence North. Beard will just dump it off here to Weed again. She goes up the opposite side and turns upfield. And there's a flag that was torn off here back closer, I should say. And that was not the flag that came off of Jada Wheat, but she in turn has had to be brought down right about 8 yards shy of midfield here to make it 2nd down.
Again, we talked about the ability of New Prairie with their flag posts to do a good job. Again, it looked like Wheat was going to make a lot of yards on that play, and again, a great flag pull by the New Prairie defense.
Beard looks over the middle on a quick throw, and Jada Wheat gets behind the coverage. And that is good for a 1st down and a little bit more, and that will make the next 1st down even easier to get here for the Wildcats, as they'll spot the ball about 6 yards shy of that line to gain.
I mean, we've talked about Beard being a freshman. I mean, that throw was a timing throw. She threw the ball, trusted that Jaden Wheat was going to get there, and sure enough, she was right there. See her toss it up right there. Here comes the post route. Again, great throw and catch right in between the 2 defenders. To set up a nice gain for Lawrence North.
It looks like Addie Luther got stepped on by her own teammate there. That was Bailey Fuda in coverage, and it looks like Luther's going to have to come out of the ball game here for the moment, as Izzy Young, the freshman, will come in her stead. Still, though, excellent field position now for the Wildcats. Heaven Beard looks towards the end zone, wide open and caught with one hand, and she is going to be a little bit shy of the goal line, but an excellent catch that time made by Kanaya Ridley.
You know, Curry, talk about in the outdoor game, we talk about complementary football, and so they've been hitting the post route in the middle of the field. This time they've got the post and then the corner coming right behind it. Great route, great throw, and sets up another opportunity for a score here for Lawrence North. You can see the corner route right there.
1st down and goal now for the Wildcats.
And I think that's the thing you see even in flag football is you have to have those complementary plays that work off of each other to set your offense up.
Goal line set here for the Wildcats as Beard will look to dump it off in the end zone, and it's intercepted in the end zone. And coming back the other way is New Prairie before finally being brought down is Bailey Fuda. But how about that pick in the end zone to not only keep a touchdown off the board, but get the ball back?
We talked again about both teams, their ability to play defense, and when you need to have a big defensive football play, nothing better than an interception in the end zone like that. But good job by Lawrence North to not allow it. Looked like that might be going for a lot of yards back the other way, but flagpole was made, and nonetheless, though, Lawrence North was denied with a very, very big interception by Bailey Fuda.
So New Prairie again has a chance to get closer as the delayed handoff will go to Addie Luther. She turns upfield, avoids not one, but two tacklers before finally she has her flag pulled by Heaven Beard in coverage.
Yeah, how about Heaven Beard playing both ways there, quarterback and also playing as a defensive back. That was a really nice flag pull there by Beard, taking what, again, could have been a big play and slowing it down.
Moving a bit quickly here, though, are the Cougars. Here is the snap, and this time it's taken by McLeod. And she hands the ball off to Bailey Fuda, who gets away from a couple tacklers. She stands up across midfield before finally being stopped short, and they say the flagpole is just shy of the line to gain, but nevertheless, another really good run there by Fuda.
Yeah, I think that was Lanaya Gaines that was able to make that pull. But, again, New Prairie trying to work on the running game here a little bit instead of just throwing the ball down the field. And again, very nice run right there, nice flag pull. Stopped what could have been a touchdown.
Second down and short. Here is McLeod. She looks over the middle, and nobody home there as that goes through the hands of Heaven Beard, who could have come down with a pick right there, but it hits the dirt.
Yeah, Beard was in really good position right there. Had an opportunity to get the interception. You hate to see throwing the ball into coverage like that, but again, there was good pressure by Lawrence North forcing that throw.
Once again, Ava McLeod, the freshman, is playing quarterback at the moment after it had been Ellie Harris for a while. And now on a new set, going on the end around is Addie Luther. She gets the first down and a little bit more.
Yeah, again, relying on the running game, lot of fakes, handoffs, cross-buck action in the backfield, trying to confuse defenders, especially because Lawrence North is playing man-to-man defense. They're trying to get one of those reverse plays, somebody free running up the field, doing a nice job with it.
McLeod staying in at quarterback again in this different formation as she stands short on the snap. Another running play. It's going to be delayed as getting away from the pass rush this time is Addie Luther, and that's going to be a tackle for loss here by the Wildcats.
Yeah, that's like Jada Wheat, I believe. I think number 2, Jada. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I saying? It's Harper again. Harper's all over the field with the tackles for loss. Just an incredible defensive play by Sydney Harper.
Nevertheless, it is second down and a mile now for New Prairie. Handoff again goes to Luther. Right up the gut she goes to at least get some of that lost yardage back as she gets to about the 35-yard line.
Again, it seems like New Prairie's struggling throwing the football here a little bit, so they're really trying to rely on their running game. You can see right there, it looks like there's an opportunity for a big play, but again, great flagpole by the Lawrence North defense. Again, we talked about Lawrence North on defense. They're pretty good at pulling the flags too and getting the job done.
McLeod again running the offense. She looks downfield over the middle and just out of the reach of her intended target in Brooklyn Shepard.
Yeah, I think Brooklyn Shepard needed to keep running. She looked for the ball, maybe a little bit too early, slowed down. Might have had a chance for a big play there, but unfortunately they weren't able to connect.
The one thing I've noticed here, Dale Carlson, is the fact that the drives have been a little bit longer, a lot more time coming off the clock here as opposed to the first half.
Absolutely, and the interesting thing, though, is that while New Prairie has moved the football here a little bit, they can't get any points on the board, and as we mentioned, that clock's running. The clock is not their friend, and so, again, we talk about big series. This is a big defensive series right here. They really need to get a stop here and have a chance to get the ball back at least one more time and try and get a score.
And so it appears that we have a change in possession. No, it's going to be New Prairie ball. It looked like they may have been trying to decide whether or not to give the ball up, but New Prairie is going to keep the football, and they're going to go for it here on fourth down. McLeod feeling the pressure, has to get rid of it, looks downfield, and it is caught for a first down and a lot more. What a play here by New Prairie, and on the reception is Brooklyn Shepard. A big grab to make it first down and goal.
Yeah. Playing man coverage, you're going to have some contact in there. It would be interesting to see on the replay. I thought that might have been a little, it's my opinion, I thought it might be a little ticky-tacky on that call. It looked like she was going for the football.
Either way, another crack at it here for New Prairie. McLeod checks it down. It goes into the ground again as she tried to loop that one into Chloe Deutscher, but it hits the dirt, and it remains a 4-point ball game. Either way, New Prairie makes it close, but the Cougars have to get a stop here on Lawrence North.
Absolutely, but the interesting thing is, Kurt, is the clock keeps running. So while they had the penalties and they had more opportunities, a lot of time ran off the clock to run those 3 extra plays because of the penalties. And so now the clock is not New Prairie's friend here. They've got to have a stop and then be able to get the football back and get down the field. And obviously, we've got a timeout call here.
So New Prairie is going to take a timeout here as they will try to discuss things, and I would imagine also to bring the emotions down a little bit there after that sequence that just unfolded.
Yeah, get your team back in, because you do have some players going both ways. Get the focus back in, understand the things that we need to do here to make this hopefully a quick 3 plays and out, get the ball back with some time left to go down the field and score the winning points here. But this is obviously, as we say, I guess I sound like a broken record, a big series, but New Prairie really needs to have a stop here. Lawrence North does have control here, and with the athleticism that they have with Beard running around back in there, I would say that if I'm the Lawrence North coaches, I'm going to try and let Beard run the football here and do some of the things she did in that first drive in the first quarter, in the first half.
Well, the defense has certainly been a talking point on both sides of the football here. These are two teams on offense who certainly know how to score. New Prairie averaging 37 points per game on offense, while Lawrence North outscored each of their opponents 110-13 in the section, and of course leading up to the sectional round. Yet both of them have yet to break 20 points in this ball game.
I know we did talk about that at the top. Both teams are very, very good on defense, and I think it's like the outdoor game. When you get into championship games like this, if you can play great defense, you got a chance to win.
So Lawrence North will take things back up here at their own 14. Beard goes with play action, looks downfield, has a receiver open, but just overthrows her intended target in Abrielle Alexander.
I'm not sure that they were both on the same page on what kind of route was going to be run. It almost looked like they wanted to try and go to the corner, and Gabriella didn't go to the corner. She went vertical, and a little bit of confusion back there. Now I know that doesn't stop the clock in this game as it does in the outdoor game, but I will say I'm surprised they just didn't let Beard try and run the football there.
Again, the clock continuing to roll. 7 minutes 45 and counting remaining in this ball game. Second down, and Lawrence North only needs 6 yards to keep the drive moving. Beard looks over the middle, has her intended target that time, and that is Alexander, who gets the first down and a little bit more before she has her flag pulled.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm standing up here with you, Kurt, not down there calling plays. But great little just touch pass to Alexander, which was enough to get the first down. Gets them the chain or the down again. Of course, they don't have as far to go because of where the ball's placed, and the clock keeps running.
That's a unique thing about this game is the bigger the chunk plays, the easier the next down it is to get.
Yes, it is.
Here is Beard. Looks to the left side. Caught by her intended target and Jocelyn Ample. And she is stopped short of the line to gain, but still another manageable possession here for Lawrence North.
Yes, and again, ball's moving forward, the clock's running. Ample had some big plays in the first ball game that Lawrence North played in the quarterfinals against Munster. Hasn't had many opportunities here, but that was a nice gain here to keep possession of the football and make this next play a little bit more manageable.
Here is Beard. Gets away from the pressure, steps up, loses the ball. She dropped it. And so that will spot the ball as she got the recovery.
I think when the ball goes on the turf like that, it's just marked dead right there, so you don't have people diving at it like you do in the outdoor game. And again, just trying to make some moves, trying to make something happen, and just didn't put the ball away, hit it with her own leg. That's a freshman mistake right there.
So it's still third down. Beard goes up the middle. And the flagpole is just shy of the line to gain. A heads-up play there on defense by the Cougars as Abby Humes came away with a well-timed flagpole there to make it fourth down.
Yeah, nice play by Abby Humes. And, of course, you've got a very short to go here, and the stick says third down. I thought it was fourth, Kurt. I may have lost my downs here. There we go, fourth down. So this is, again, talk about stops, talk about possessions. This is a big play right here.
Fourth down here for Lawrence North. Beard dumps it over, and it is incomplete. A bobbled pass there by Jada Wheat gives excellent field position here for New Prairie to take it up on offense again.
Yeah, I tried to come with a little underneath, almost like a wide receiver middle screen, just to get a couple yards there for the first down, and we had a drop. And now New Prairie's got the football at about midfield, and has got a chance to go down and take a lead here.
Both sets of fans getting on their feet. Again, time continuing to roll. There is not a lot of it left for New Prairie, but at the same time, you probably want to at least milk a little bit of it here on this drive.
Oh, for sure.
Here's the handoff to Luther. She gets tackled from the backfield. That will be a TFL for, you guessed it, Sydney Harper.
Oh, well, she is Sydney's just all over the field here. Just does a nice job doesn't chase the quarterback, sees the handoff, makes a play for TFL. And New Prairie's got to have a little more sense of urgency here. Get the plays off.
Back to passes, McLeod over the middle, and a lot of traffic there, and it's incomplete as she tried to get it to Luther that time.
Again, trying to be in those bunch formations. Lawrence North playing man-to-man defense and just doing a good job staying underneath the receivers and forcing that errant throw to go up over the top.
3 minutes, 45 seconds left to play. Again, we have another 2-minute warning that will hit to stop the clock. McLeod on third down. Gets it off to her intended target here in Brooklyn Shepherd, and that is good for a first down.
That's big
correction, that's not a first down. The first down is actually the next zone because of the TFL, so my mistake. It is fourth down.
That's right. That's correct. I was right with you. I was just looking at that yellow marker over there, and this is probably the ball game here for both teams. If New Prairie doesn't get a first down here, I think it's going to be pretty easy for Lawrence North to run it out.
McLeod on the short snap. Flag on the play, and it is going to be a false start or a snap infraction here on the Cougars.
I know she was trying to get that snap to come because the clock was running, they were wasting time, and somebody jumped up there, and unfortunately that's an unfortunate penalty in a key situation for New Prairie.
And this is another caveat of this unique game here, Dale, is the fact that you can't stop the clock without calling a timeout.
Yes, or to the 2-minute warning.
Here is McLeod. Gets rid of it, and it is nearly it. It is caught. What a catch. But it's still going to be short of the line to gain. And so it looks like that is a completion to Trinity Waltman, but it is not going to be enough to get the first down. So either way, it was a great catch here, Dale, but it's all for naught as it's going to be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, it's going to be short. We're going to get to the 2-minute warning here and then try and sort this all out, but definitely was short. Should be first down, Lawrence North.
2-minute warning. We'll take a timeout with them. Back in a moment here on the ISC Sports Network.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10, 5, touchdown. We say this out. Rainbow down the right sideline. Underneath it is Alec Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown. I-N-D-Y.
Well, the Colts Sunday night 7-on-7 series presented by Forte Sports Medicine and Orthopedics and brought to you in part by Gatorade and the Players Action Fund will be returning for 2026. High school tackle and flag football athletes will be able to continue fine-tuning their skills during the offseason. Check out Colts.com/SN7on7 to learn more about the program. Alongside Dale Carlson, I'm Kurt Darling. Well, Dale, this is Lawrence North's game to lose at this point as we've hit the 2-minute warning, and they lead by 4, and they have the football.
Yeah, they're, of course, at midfield right here, and I was wrong on the last possession, but I would, again, be surprised if they try to put the ball up in the air. Just run the football here, keep that clock running, and try and get out of here with a win.
Again, Lawrence North poised to take the W here in this ball game, and they will face either Snyder or Penn in the championship game later on at 6 o'clock. So everything figured out now as Beard will take the snap. And she will try to avoid the pressure, but that's going to be a sack. And another good one here by Shea Manley.
Yeah, Shea Manley did a nice job, again, keeping Heaven Beard in front of her, not getting, kind of deked out on those movements and able to get the flag and get a TFL. But again, the clock is just not in New Prairie's favor here, and they used their timeout earlier in the half, so all they can do is stand there and watch.
The time melts away here. Again, there is a play clock, but there is not a visible play clock. And now a whistle and a timeout going to be called here by New Prairie.
So New Prairie's got their timeout, called timeout here. Obviously, Lawrence North is trying to run that play clock down just as far as they possibly can and get out of here with a win. So, again, going to try and run the football here, keep the clock moving, and not try and risk anything down the field for an interception or any sort of a turnover.
Well, the IHSAA and the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high school officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hopper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. To learn more about IHSAA officiating, visit ihsaa.org/become-official. By the way, a credit to the officiating crew here this evening. Of course, this is a very young sport that is developing here in the state of Indiana, and having officials be able to adjudicate it correctly is certainly good.
Absolutely. And, we, as coaches, we like to get on officials, but we couldn't play the game without them.
Here is Beard. She checks it down to Wheat, and the tackle made here by Brooklyn Shepard, short of the line to gain. But again, Dale, the clock continues to melt away.
Yeah, and again, Lawrence North is going to try and run this clock down as much as they can before they have to finally take a snap. Without a visible play clock, somebody on the sidelines got the play clock with them, and they'll be signaling in when to make that snap so that they can run as much time off the clock as possible.
So Lawrence North taking their time, breaking the huddle. But, of course, the officiating crew signaling out the play clock here to Heaven Beard. Beard will take the snap, looks over the middle, tipped up, and it falls incomplete as you had the pass defensed there by Emma Deutscher.
Now we've got some sort of a clock stoppage here. Not quite sure why they stopped the clock, but that's the one thing that you have to be careful with. Even though the clock is going to stay running, you want to not get a turnover, and that almost was picked.
And so Lawrence North is going to make the decision because that was third down, and they're not going to go forward on fourth. And so they will give the ball back to New Prairie. With 39 seconds left to play, the Cougars have one last-ditch attempt to try and get something on the board.
I know they're going to have to get some chunk plays right here. Looks like Lawrence North is going to line up and play the man-to-man defense that they've played all year. They're not going to stop doing what they do. And they just cannot let somebody get behind them for a big play here in this last 39 seconds.
Well, Ava McLeod is still the quarterback here for New Prairie after it had been Ellie Harris for a majority of the ball game. And before we continue play here, the officials are going to huddle over the ball here to discuss a few things here.
Yeah, I'm just looking down on the sidelines here, and Ellie Harris has got her. As we see, New Prairie wears those little protective padded helmets, and Ellie's had hers off most of the second half. I don't know if she took a hit or got hurt, but she definitely is not going to go back into the game.
Well, the white hat is over talking to the clock operator as you see Ben Davis, athletic director Heather McGowan over here as part of the game day crew. So everything's been settled. 41 seconds put back on the clock. Here is McLeod. Has to get rid of it over the middle and just through the fingertips of Addie Luther. And I would imagine here, Dale, that if Addie Luther had caught that one, she had a chance to break that one free.
Yeah, she did. When you're playing man coverage, you let somebody get behind you like that can give up the big play. But that's Lawrence North's calling card. That's what they've done all year. They're not going to change.
McLeod looks over the middle again, nobody there, and that is another down here for New Prairie. They have two more opportunities now as it's third down.
Yeah, again, just trying to get the ball down the field. They're looking for that big chunk play because they've got to get the entire length of the field. And again, that Lawrence North defense doing a great job in their man coverage, not allowing a receiver to shake free, which there haven't been many for most of this ball game.
McLeod gets rid of it and whistle, and it's going to be a flag for interference here on Lawrence North as they try to get it out here to Addie Luther.
Yeah, there's definitely contact coming down. I'm not sure if that's interference or holding, but in either way, it's going to be a big penalty, and it's going to give New Prairie an opportunity to get a little closer to the end zone to take their shots right here.
Great camera work here by our ISC Sports Network crew. That was Some early contact there by Lanaya Gaines in coverage. And so it gives another opportunity. That's an automatic first down, by the way, here for New Prairie. Still, though, 16 seconds. McLeod looks over the middle, intercepted, and bringing it back here is Heather Beard. She will cap it off with a pick six.
Well, how about that? Not only does Heaven Beard throw him, she plays defense, gets a pick six, and that's going to ice the game here for Lawrence North.
That makes it 22-12, and the clock will run off. And your final score in this one, Lawrence North 22, New Prairie 12. The Wildcats have advanced to the championship game.
What a great play by Heaven Beard right here. Just stepped right in front of the receiver. And look at the ability to spin away, to not let her flag get pulled, takes it into the end zone, and ices the ball game. Great play by Heaven Beard, the freshman.
Well, look, we'll catch our breath here with this one as Lawrence North celebrates a championship here in the semifinal. They will move on to the state final a little bit later on this evening. We'll take one final timeout. Don't go anywhere. You're watching ISC Sports Network.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Back for the final time here at Grand Park as the Colts youth and high school football grants are an opportunity for all flag and tackle programs throughout Indiana. Teams and programs can request up to $2,500 for equipment upgrades, facility updates, and of course, other administrative costs. Applications will open in March, so stay tuned. To learn more, go to Colts.com/football grants to learn more. Alongside Dale Carlson, I'm Kurt Darling. Coach, it was a heck of a ball game between these two excellent ball clubs.
No doubt about it. And as we said at the top, we felt like defense was going to be the word of the day today because both teams are such great teams on defense. And that's what we saw today. It was a great defensive football game, and it was a defensive score that iced the game for Lawrence North.
It certainly was. So Lawrence North advances to the championship game. That'll be played at 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, for New Prairie, their season comes to an end. They finish with a 10-2 record, and in their first year as a flag football program, you certainly love to see what they've accomplished.
I mean, that's incredible. You go from nothing to being able to play in the state semifinals here at Grand Park, playing a really good ball game, really close ball game, and they've got nothing to hang their heads about. It was a great year. Congratulations to both teams, but especially Lawrence North going on to play for a state championship.
He's Dale Carlson. I'm Kurt Darling. Special thanks to our ISC Sports Network crew. Your final score in this one, Lawrence North takes down New Prairie 22-12. For all of us here at the ISC Sports Network, I'm Kurt Darling saying so long till next time. You have been watching the Indianapolis Colts Girls Flag Football State Finals, fueled by Gatorade on the ISC Sports Network.